Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents To Claim a King by May Sage, narrated by Catherine Littrell. I believe in everything until it's disproved. So I believe in fairies, the myths, dragons. It all exists, even if it's in your mind. Who's to say that dreams and nightmares aren't as real as the here and now? John Lennon. Chapter 1. Two Strangers. She'd felt unsteady since dawn, feeling deep in her bones that if she didn't get out of town in time today, she would live to regret it. The young woman, hiding under a well-worn woolen cloak that had been green once, peeked left, then right, checking that no guard was standing near, then stepped out of the shadows and scaled the 10-foot stone wall that surrounded Malik, the small, backward, oppressing town of her birth. It was the same every day. Xandri finished her chores, then snuck out the back door, letting the heavy latch down carefully so no one would be alerted to her departure. Not that any of them cared, to be entirely honest. Her youngest sister knew better than to worry on her behalf, and the others, quite simply, didn't give a damn. She was the undisputed runt in a family of mages. Her life might have been easier if she'd come from a clan of ordinary, run-of-the-mill mages, but she hadn't. The members of her family were the most powerful mages for hundreds of miles, according to the talk. People of high birth and bulging wallets came from every corner of the land to seek a healing poultice or herb-infused draught. They were the best, and twice as ashamed of her for it. Xandri scampered up the wall, hand over hand, her feet finding the crevices in the stone from memory. A crow, feathers so black they shone blue, greeted her at the top of the wall. She smiled, waving in its direction before jumping down. She hoisted her bow and quiver over her shoulder and launched herself off the wall into the soft grass below. Landing in a perfect crouch, she righted herself and stretched her sore limbs before dashing out towards the tree line, pushing her muscles as far as she could. She needed it. She had spent her entire day scrubbing floors and polishing silver in preparation for tonight's feast, and her muscles protested against any exertion, but her mind needed the change of pace. When she ran, she forgot everything, even her most pressing worries. Besides, if she was fast enough, she may get to see them again. They'd arrived 2 days back and taken refuge in an old shelter built of that strange concrete that firmly placed it as a remnant from the previous era. As soon as she'd seen them, she'd known without a shadow of a doubt that she was standing in front of elves. They were tall and stood too still to be men, their eyes steady and wise. One of them wore white and blue, the other red and gold. She found the whole thing tremendously exciting, as she knew that the first wore the colors of the House of Aaron, and his companion was dressed like an elf of Endar, and she knew the two houses were currently at war. Xandri sighed in delight, wondering if anything half as exciting had ever happened in this part of the world. She wished she could go right to them and ask their tales, but there was a good chance that one of them would shoot an arrow between her eyes without asking any questions, if they didn't wish to be seen. So she stayed at a distance, her head full of conjectures. She'd just arrived at the house, and at first glance it seemed empty. A shame. Xandri sighed and tiptoed away, silently turning her heels. Not silently enough, it would seem. "Dragon scale!" she cursed, finding a long curved dagger pointing right at her chin. "So here is our little spy." The voice, and the weapon, belonged to the most beautiful man she'd ever seen. That wasn't saying much, as she'd never left the Var. Their men were known for the love of ale, not their grace and refinement. The man, or rather the elf, had short dark hair, which wasn't typical of their race. One of his pointed ears was adorned by a sapphire, the same exact blue as his eyes. He smiled, which shouldn't be allowed, because her usually steady knees gave out and put the sword back in its sheath. "Don't be too hasty," another voice pitched in, coming from above her head. Xandri looked up and a short laugh escaped her lips. Never mind the first elf. The platinum-blonde, long-haired one, perched on a large branch above, ought to have been painted by the finest master. She may still be an enemy. It's just a girl, Argon. A girl with a mouth, and you've just given her my name. Her eyes popped out of her skull, because she may not be the worldliest woman, but affairs happening beyond her borders fascinated her. Whenever strangers passed by her little village, she'd listened, and asked, too. She knew of Argon, the Endar prince who'd been missing for years and presumed dead. Holy smoking dragonfire! They were going to slit her throat. Are you an agent of the shadows, and do you intend to sell us out? She shook her head vehemently and replied, No, for good measure. See, she's fine. The blonde-haired prince rolled his eyes. In all honesty, she might have done the same, because his argument was rather flawed. She could have, lied. But right now, she was all for taking the foolish elf's side. I'm a truth-seeker, little girl, he told her. No one can lie to me. Oh. Well, that changed things. Although she didn't think there was any truth-seeker alive, not since... And the penny drops. The last truth-seeker had been Turin of Arran, and the man was very much supposed to be dead. He had been killed before her time, and that was the whole reason behind the war that had plagued their kingdoms. I'm not going to say a word, she swore, but I'm just a little bit curious as to why you aren't dead. Both of you. Xandri didn't expect either of them to reply. To her surprise, Turin sat down on the grass next to her and told her a story about death, evil, and shadows. She sat next to him, listening eagerly. She only understood one word out of two, but she soaked in his voice and imagined the world as they saw it. 60 years ago, I was young and foolish. You're still foolish, the second prince interjected. I believed my gift meant that I could always see the truth. So, when a female elf, a very sexy female elf, stop interrupting or tell the story yourself, damn it. Argon shut it. When the elf came to me saying she needed help, that her realm was in danger, I believed it. I didn't know that my powers don't work on shadows. What are shadows? The elf was patient enough to explain it. There are 4 known elements in the world: earth, water, fire, air. And there is a 5th, acknowledged by anyone with a bit of sense. Ether, she completed, surprising the elf. Normal people didn't go around talking about ether. Before they'd known she had no magics, though, her parents had instructed her well. After, she'd educated herself by sneaking books out of their library when she could. Very good. Ether most know about, but there's also shadow. She frowned. Think of it as a conscious negative energy. The 4 basic elements are neutral, and ether is positive. Shadow thrives when the world is in despair. War, violence feeds it. And just like there are some individuals infused with ether, shadow penetrates certain people. That was rather creepy. So you're saying that this elf was an agent of evil? Precisely. Anyway, I walked into a trap and I've lived in the shadow realm since. Xandri's expression said it all. She had no clue what he was talking about. He means he's half dead. That made even less sense. Our ever-cheerful friend here happens to be a child of ether. He can navigate the shadow world. He brought me back. As long as I'm with him, I can walk on Urtia. So, you're on some sort of a quest to stop the shadows, right? Turin nodded. Fascinating. Xandri picked her jaw up and said the first thing that came to mind. How can I help? Both elves looked amused, which could have offended her if she didn't know just how useless she was. Her parents had said that much to her face, repetitively. I don't think I can make a huge difference, but my sister is a powerful mage. I can ask her to create potions for you. I can also buy some supplies. Food, maybe?" The elves exchanged a glance. "What's your name, little girl?" "Alexandria?" The grand name wasn't quite her, though, so she amended, "Xandri, really. I go by Xandri." "Alexandria. You're generous and stronger than one may think at first. You'll go with our thanks, but we cannot delay our journey further." Oh. She didn't think they'd stay very long in a forest, next to a village situated right at the opposite of the most exciting point in the world, so she hid her disappointment. "We'll meet again." Argon watched the child go with a frown. 2 days they stayed in these parts, just in order to observe her. She could have been an elf. The way she moved in the wilderness with grace and respect wasn't typical of her race. "We've taken a huge risk with this child," he told his companion. Turin smirked, shaking his head. "This is no child, and we did what had to be done. We may have need of her in the future." He sighed, conceding the point. "She'll be of little use to us in the northern Var, so far from where she belongs." Another truth. "Come on, Argon. You know what you need to do." He did. Closing his eyes, he calmed down and felt the world around him, letting the ether infuse his body and soul. There she was, red and magnificent, 800 miles south. The dragon he sought was a day away. He whispered words in a long-forgotten tongue until she changed the course of her journey, heading toward them instead. "It is done." Little Alexandria, the first dragon rider he'd encountered in his life, would soon meet her fate. Chapter 2. Death. The cries that ricocheted off the castle walls weren't the normal blood-curdling, curse-laden sounds of a woman bringing a new dragonling into the world. No. Those birthing howls were generally followed by a blissful hush, some manly backslapping, and the Order of the Gods' clarion cry from the rooftops, alerting the entire kingdom of a new arrival. The screams that had brought the king from his private chambers were those of a grieving father. Rey Vasili ruled a kingdom of great wealth and beauty, which, at its heart, had a profound tragedy. Mothers were dying in childbirth. Rey powered his way through the hospital. He pushed past the nurses, battered away the doctors, and threw open the delivery room doors. The scene could not have been more devastating. A man, the one raising the roof with his guttural groans, had thrown himself across the woman lying on the gurney. The way he clutched at her, begging her to return, said he was the husband and father. The woman lay curled and still, her arm hanging to one side, the sheets around her drenched in blood. A great beauty with amber skin and emerald eyes stood at the foot of the bed, the newborn dragonling in her arms. Her eyes told Rey she was beyond sad, beyond pissed, and beyond fed up with the entire situation. "Again, Rey." Her voice was devoid of any emotion. She'd shut herself off to be able to bear the pain. "It has happened again. She was a good woman, decent and kind, excited to bring a new life into the world, and now she's nothing." Rey gently took the dragonling from his friend's arms. The tiny creature squirmed and blinked, oblivious to the fact that his mother lay dead not 10 feet away. Rey kissed his forehead and handed him to a nurse. He put his arm around Princess Demelza, but she wasn't in a state to accept any form of comfort. She wouldn't be for days, or months. If he had the heart, he would order her to stop attending to these births, but he couldn't. As a noble-blood female, blessing the newborns of those sworn to her house was her duty and her privilege. Kings had no business in these matters. He also knew that while Demelza was barely holding her rage, her calm, regal presence was making everyone else, nurses, doctors, mages, and guards, keep it together. Ray did the one thing he could do to ease her burden. Go. Fly. I'll stay in your stead. The grief won't leave you, but the air under your wings will at least cool your humours. Demelza briefly kissed his hand and left the delivery room without a backward glance. She was right to be enraged. 1 in 2 women died in childbirth, leaving scores of orphans and devastated husbands. It hadn't always been that way, according to the tales. Ray had only walked Urtia for 2 centuries, but it was said that in the old days, women brought their dragonlings to term without incident. Something had changed, though no one knew what that might be. If the damned elders prioritized this problem instead of spending their time meddling in my affairs, we might find a solution to this catastrophe. If the nurses were listening, they didn't let on. Everyone knew the king wasn't happy that the elders had declared the claiming would be held at the next full moon, but there was nothing they could do to change how the king's mate was to be chosen, so they went about their work, pretending they hadn't heard a thing. He felt some shame at lamenting his fate. Now wasn't the time, and certainly not the place. Turning to the newly widowed man, who didn't even seem to see him, he said, "You'll be excused from your duties indefinitely, and paid your current worth." The man was now solely responsible for the tiny dragonling getting washed and blessed, and it wouldn't do to let him worry about feeding it. Eventually, the mages recited the spells, the nurses washed the body, and ushered everyone out of the room. Ray then left the hospital, his ill humor trailing behind him like plumes of thunderclouds. He took refuge, as he always did when trouble darkened his doors, atop the endless mountains of shimmering gold that lay beneath the castle. Xandri could have headed home, but the prospect wasn't exactly appealing. Right at this moment, her family were entertaining some important la-di-das. Most of them would have bored her pants off, and one in particular made her skin crawl every time his name was brought up. Darson, widely touted as a fearsome and noble warrior, was the bane of her existence, and reason number 1, out of 5,000 or so, not to attend the feast. If she could manage it, she always hightailed it out of there when he was due to visit. Her parents thrust them together at every turn, and it was clear to anyone that they wanted to marry her off to him by her next birthday. Her mother had recently taken to telling anyone who'd listen that Alexandria has seen her 25th year, which made her a spinster, adding to all her faults. Dearest mother wanted the matter remedied, and Darson was the victim she'd chosen to foist her on. Perfect plan. Xandri may even have agreed to it in order to get away from home if the man hadn't been a major creep, leering at her when no one was there to see his disgusting display. His whole vibe made her stomach churn, and the thought of him laying hands on her filled her with a rage so deep she was almost blinded by it. So, nope, she wasn't going home. "I'd rather be swallowed whole by a marauding dragon than let Darson take me," she muttered to herself. Not that they ever saw dragons in these parts, but it remained true. She'd rather have had her bones crushed in the slobbering maw of a fire-breather than have that foul-breathed oaf on her skin. Talia and Illyria were welcome to all the fine food and fine clothes and adulation of their peers if the cost was being seated at the table with a man like him. Xandri threaded her way through the trees. She had no need of the trodden path. She would know her way through these woods if she were blindfolded. Her silent steps stopped and her head snapped left. Without having to think, she pulled an arrow from her quiver and primed her bow. She closed her eyes, thanked the rabbit in her sights, and let loose the arrow. It hit its mark, as it always did. Useless runt or not, she'd been trained in archery, swordplay, and hand-to-hand combat by the best. Xandri's eyes narrowed, and she had to force back the anger and confusion. Her brother Damien had been gone for almost 3 years, but the pain of his parting was as fresh as the blood that dripped from the newly departed rabbit. She might have moved on sooner if she'd had some sort of closure, but no body had been brought forward. Damien had never looked at her nor treated her differently when it was confirmed that she had no magics to speak of. Neither had he shown any favours to their younger sister, Talia, who had the power of 12 mages, or even the eldest of the litter, Illyria, who, in addition to her craft, had been blessed with dazzling beauty, golden hair and all that. Xandri slung the rabbit over her shoulder and marched on, refusing to think on it any further. She rounded a clutch of ancient oaks and entered a clearing. There was no one there at first, but she made her presence known by speaking sweet nothings, and after a few seconds, a white tiger cub, larger than the dogs who trailed after her in town, but not yet as large as a deer, trotted from the corner where he'd stayed hidden. The cub, she could imagine, had been abandoned by his mother when he'd sustained an injury. Xandri had found him a few weeks back, and taken it upon herself to care for him. She changed the bandage on his paw every other day, and treated his wounds with a solution her gifted sister had compounded. Talia had been good enough to prepare a salve just for her when she'd secretly explained her purpose, and it had certainly sped Claw's healing along. The swelling had all but disappeared, and the gash that she'd been afraid might get infected was pink, clean, and reeked of health. After she was done with the bandages, she took a knife from her belt and expertly severed the rabbit's back leg, then presented the remaining rabbit to her charge. "Only the best for you, fresh from the forest. Best you eat it and not chow down on me." Xandri didn't believe claws would raise either tooth or claw against her, but they played their parts, and she told herself it gave him solace to be reminded of his wild nature. She gathered sticks and kindling and made a fire. The rabbit's leg she'd saved for herself roasted to perfection, and she polished her meal off in minutes before laying back on the ground, her head on Claw's side, contemplating another life. Could she do it? Live in the wild, bathe in the streams, sleep under the stars, hunt game and eat berries. She thought about the 2 elf princes she'd met earlier. They'd done it for years, relinquishing the mighty walls and beautiful grand halls of their respective kingdoms in favor of makeshift camping grounds. But she was no elf. She was just a human woman used to having a roof over her head. Claws rolled and purred, his thick, soft fur an invitation to sleep. Xandri closed her eyes and slipped into an easy, deep slumber, the kind reserved for the innocent and the wild creatures. She dreamt of the thrill of the chase, the glory of the hunt, and the unending pleasure of doing as she pleased, when she pleased. She would neither bend the knee nor kiss the ring, and she would never, 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 never marry Darson. Yes, she could, and would, run away. Chapter 3. Flight. The reports weren't favourable. They never were. In the 10 years since the former king had left, entrusting the reins of his kingdom to his only son, Ray didn't think he'd ever heard happy news from the elders. "What do you mean the Northern Shield is gone?" It didn't make any sense. Their kingdom was protected by wards older than any dragon alive. Old magic, made of pure, untainted ether. If these things could be undone, no one had ever told him how. "Just that, sire." Nathos, his chief adviser, reported gloomily. The ancient elder never was very animated, but today he had cause for it. The Duke of Norda reports that, quite suddenly and without any warning, the barrier has been lifted. He's waiting at the door to enlighten us all. Ray nodded in response, glad to hear it. Vincent Vasili, Duke of Norda, Baron of Welliam, and Prince of the Realm, wasn't known for speaking in riddles, at least. He'd explain what had occurred plainly, simply. The fair, hulking man entered the council room, his long hair plaited on one side and let loose on the other. He was a figure commandeering attention wherever he went, a family trait. "Cousin," Vincent said, one hand over his heart as he bent to greet the king first. Ray returned the greeting. "I hear you bear ill news." "That I do. I was patrolling with 2 of my men and 5 guards last night. They're here if you'd like to hear their account of it." A light appeared in the distance, close to dusk. Such a strange light. Definitely made of magics. I told Cross to fly over and check it when a wave of energy emanated from it. Something shimmery, yet dark. I've never seen anything of the sort before. It hit our walls, and the ground itself shook at the impact. While the physical wall is still in place, the shields keeping uninvited forces out was destroyed at the impact. What the actual fuck? "Any thoughts?" he asked, turning to the elders, who were exchanging wary glances. He didn't think anyone would answer at first, which was both frustrating and expected. Elders weren't obliged to share their knowledge with the king, and they rarely chose to. Yet Nathos said one word that didn't make sense, although it chilled his bones. "Shadow." The morning dew lay on Xandri's cloak like an avalanche of pearls. Her face was buried in her tiger cub's thick, spotted fur, and for a moment it was as though the world was perfect and her worries nothing more than fancies. Then she remembered the morning chores surely awaiting her. Groaning, Xandri sprang up, threw her arms around the animal's neck, and sprinted through the forest before scaling the stone wall that surrounded her hometown. Xandri was halfway home when she froze, uncomfortable. She felt someone there, lurking in the shadows, watching. Recalling all sorts of evil, shadowy things, she spun, her hand already reaching for her bow, but as it turned out, it was just a relatively harmless lowlife. Darson stepped forward, his enormous muscle-bound frame blocking her way. "A pleasure, Xandri." Ugh. Him. Her fingers grabbed her bow a little tighter for an instant, and she contemplated shooting an arrow, but they regretfully released their hold. Xandri knew better than to put the weapon away, though. She'd seen how the poorest women, the servants, the beggars, looked at him, with fear and disgust. Xandri's birth made her a step above them as far as their standing went. She was mage-born, after all, so she didn't believe he'd harm her, but there was no harm in being cautious with men like him. Darson grimaced in greeting. In any case, his lip curled and his eyes crinkled at the corners. Xandri bit back the urge to tell him he hadn't got smiling downright. He had all the component parts. His mouth moved, the cast of his eyes sort of changed, and all of the required muscles in his chiseled face moved, but it added up to a serious case of gross and off-putting. How she would have loved to just tell him to fuck the hell off and jump off a cliff while he was at it, but she knew how that would be received when it reached her parents' ears, so she mumbled a "G'day," bowed and slid around him, scraping her elbow on the rough stone wall as she went. The scuff didn't matter if it meant she didn't have to touch him. She dodged through alleyways and thoroughfares and was home just as her mother made it down for her morning brew. "Good morning, Mother. Get the dining room cleaned up by lunch if you want any food." Xandri rolled her eyes, not bothering to point out that as she was the one who prepared lunches on normal days when no chef was hired, she could always eat in the kitchen. In fact, she preferred it. Her sisters followed, then her father. No one asked where she'd been or what she'd been doing. Her father remarked, "You're dirty," which was particularly observant of him. Usually he didn't look at her long enough to notice. Talia, however, looked concerned as she said, "Your elbow is bleeding." Her little sister rested her soft hand over her forearm and whispered soft spells. Warmth spread through her core, and the scratch was quick to disappear. "Look how easily our daughter performed that healing spell, Lars," her mother exclaimed fondly, singing her younger sister's praises and not taking the time to ask how her middle child had gotten herself wounded in the first place. Good thing, too. She wouldn't have liked the answer. Xandri stoked the fire, set the table, and threw together breakfast. Wonder what they'd do if I just up and quit. She knew the answer. They wouldn't notice if it weren't for the missed meals and ever-mounting piles of laundry. They'd sigh, shake their heads, then hire a maid. Probably pay her something, too. Not quite true. Talia would miss her, at least a little. She was so busy with her craft and magics and healing, she barely had time for herself, let alone Xandri, but she knew her younger sister loved her. Xandri set about scouring the pots and pans and plates left over from the night before. She could imagine that arsehole Darson spearing a hunk of dripping venison with his knife and devouring it in 4 gulps. He was classy like that. Her parents would have spent the night fawning over him, telling him how wonderful he was, how delighted they were that he favoured Xandri, how they looked forward to the happy day. "Gag me with a dish rag," she muttered disgustedly. The dirty dishwater slopped over the side of the sink, soaking her shoes. Xandri untied her apron, scanned the kitchen to make sure it was in decent enough shape, then hightailed it back towards the wall in the place she felt most at home, the wild. Though she'd only been gone a few hours, Claus greeted her with a deep, resonant purr that only deepened when she pulled a branch from the ground and took the stance her brother had taught her. "Strength comes from the inside," Damien always said. "You see the strike, you become the strike." She didn't know why, but she practiced when she could. Perhaps she felt a little closer to her brother that way. The tiger knew what was expected of him. Tail beating the air, Claus reared up and lunged at Xandri, eager to train. Neither of them held back or played it safe. If she was to improve, she needed all 60 pounds of white tiger cub coming at her at full strength. They lunged and swiped, jabbed and spun, rolled and kicked, and ran dizzying rings around the clearing they called home. After an hour of sparring, the 2 of them lounged on the soft moss beneath a magnificent beech, whose branches spread wide above them, dappling them in sun and shade. Xandri's chest heaved, and Claw's tongue hung out of his mouth, the 2 of them happy and exhausted in equal measure. In a split second, their bliss was cut short. The air around them crackled. The hairs stood up on Xandri's arms. Claus sniffed the air, his eyes wide and wild. Xandri strode into the clearing and scanned the sky. She could see no clouds. It didn't feel like an electrical storm. She had never felt that energy before. It made her heart beat faster in her chest, and everything in her awakened, warmed over. With the air still spitting and hissing all about them, Claus took off running. Xandri called after him, but he didn't so much as pause. Then a deer broke the tree line behind her. Then another, and another. There were deer, antelope, and wild horses, all of them in a stampede. She caught sight of a massive grey wolf, which would have explained the madness, were it not for the pine martens and lop-eared rabbits underfoot. Hawks, owls, and nuthatches swarmed overhead. Every bird and beast, whether hunter or prey, nocturnal or diurnal, fled westward, though Xandri had no clue as to why. Westward. The oaths caught in her throat. To the west were chalk cliffs that plunged into a deep, jagged ravine. Claus was headed towards death. Xandri pounded after her beloved cub. She couldn't let anything happen to him. He was her friend. Perhaps her only friend, pathetic as it was. She turned a corner just as Claw's injured leg gave out under him and watched in horror as he slid towards the cliff edge. She sent up an entreaty. "Not him, please, not him." Claus tipped over the edge and was gone. Xandri cried out in despair, but as she neared the edge, she saw a tuft of white fur poking up over the lip of the cliff. She fell on her belly and crawled towards him. Claws was dangling over the canyon, held aloft only by his leg, which was wedged tight in a crevice. "To me," said Xandri. "Come to me." Claws executed the world's most perfect sit-up, tensing his abdomen muscles to raise himself back over the cliff edge and away from certain death. Xandri grabbed hold of his forepaw and managed to pull him up, using all her strength. Safe. He was safe. She sighed in relief, and just then a large rock skittered down the cliff face, clattering and smashing on the rocks below, taking her with it. She was airborne, tumbling and screaming, yet knowing there was no escaping her fate. The last thing Xandri saw before she blacked out was a red dragon. Chapter 4. Dragoness. "She's not back yet?" Ray repeated, confused. It had been over a day since Demelza had left. He'd expected her to take an hour of freedom and head back to the palace, and she'd left for a day. He'd given the order. His nobles all over the kingdom, and their subjects, were to return to the Golden City, their fair Tenelar. Dragons were fond of space, and as such, the royal city was large enough for all of the Farden folks to live there. For a time, they would. They'd be uncomfortable and crowded, but safe. As one of their walls, the largest one, had been breached, their lands would soon be crowded by goblins and other scum. Until they got to the bottom of this and found a mage powerful enough to rebuild their protection, he wanted his people safe within his walls. And that certainly included Demelza. Vincent, who'd volunteered his service as a guard now that he was free of his usual duties, took a step forward and offered, "I saw her pass us by yesterday. She flew at high speed, heading for the Lakelands." Well, that didn't make any sense. At all. Let's give her a day. He'd send her guard after her if she didn't make it by the morrow. "Other than Elsa, are we missing any nobles?" The clerk shook his head. Everyone had made it safely. Everyone except his closest friend. But the dragon princess could take care of herself, so he chased away his premature worry, focusing on the rest of his kingdom. Xandri opened her eyes and jumped to her feet, disoriented and out of place. Where in Urtia's name was she? How had she ended up there? Claws was lying at her feet, which settled her frazzled mind some. She blinked, forcing herself to concentrate on the unfamiliar surroundings. There was moss beneath her and stalactites above, so, she deduced, she was in a cave. The fire crackling nearby puzzled her. It certainly hadn't made itself, and she had no memory of making it. Her eyes caught the shape of a figure. By the cast of her shoulders and the slightness of her build, a woman, most likely, on the other side of the fire. At least, Xandri hoped it was a woman. She'd heard what Fae did to random humans stumbling into their sacred spaces, and didn't much fancy ending up a nematode or creeping vine or whatever other transmogrification punishment an angry Fae might dream into being. She didn't want to startle whoever shared the cave and fire, be she Fae or female, so she coughed, gently. The figure the other side of the fire sprang to her feet and gracefully walked to Xandri's side. "You're awake." Her voice was soft and slow. She spoke the common tongue with an accent Xandri just couldn't place. Her looks were just as foreign. Golden skin, bright green eyes, a cascade of shining brown curls coiling about her shoulders. The stranger was a remarkable beauty, more so than her fair sister, and perhaps just as much as the elves she'd met in the woods. "I'm Demelza." The woman held out her hand. As Xandri reached to shake it, she felt a burning on the tender skin between her thumb and forefinger. She looked at it, growing even more confused. There was no mistaking it. A rune blazed, but didn't consume her flesh. She'd only glanced at Talia's ancient books on runecraft, but she recognized the mark as Ansuz, the messenger rune that symbolized new beginnings. Okay, so maybe she just bashed herself really hard on the head when she fell. The memories rushed back. the animals panicking and rushing out of the woods, claws falling. She had saved the tiger and then gone over the edge of the cliff. She'd been plummeting to her death when a red dragon... Her adrenaline spiked. She scoured the cave, searching for her bow and quiver. There's a dragon on the loose. Demelza didn't move. She didn't frown. It was as if she hadn't heard. I'm serious, said Xandri. She understood why the woman would doubt her. Dragons didn't just go strolling about in northern Var. According to her schooling, she knew there hadn't been any fire-breathers in these parts for thousands of years. Yet she knew what she saw. She remembered it too clearly for it to have been a product of her imagination. I swear I saw a red dragon in flight. We need to warn the village. Dragons mean death, destruction. I need to protect Talia. Demelza moved her hair from her shoulders and smirked before it began. She looked uncomfortable at first, and a blood-curdling sound, bones breaking, flesh morphing, made Xandri cringe. But then, before her astonished eyes, the woman had completed her change. In front of her, filling the humongous cave, there was an actual, real live dragon. Xandri stood, slack-jawed, the adrenaline ebbing and flowing through her in waves. Her bow fell to her side. Demelza was magnificent, a vision in red. Crazy as it was, in light of what she'd always thought, of what she'd said not a minute before, Xandri felt no fear, only awe. It was you. Then she realized the only thing that explained why she was still breathing. You caught me. The dragon had saved her life, which went against everything she'd ever heard about their race. Demelza shifted back to her glorious human form, laughing. Getting you back here was excitement enough for one day, and besides, I've had a long flight. I don't have the energy to consume an entire village. Xandri plunked herself back down by the fire. The dragon woman who called herself Demelza had such a quiet, peaceful energy. Sorry, people say, well, dragons don't usually appear in these parts. She felt silly for insulting the woman who'd saved her, and sillier still for taking rumors for truth. She didn't want to be rude, but it was true. There'd been no dragon sightings around Malik, and she just didn't know any better. Sometimes cruelty was nothing more than ignorance. Demelza sighed. We don't come to the northern Var. Nothing much here. Well, that was true enough. I had to get away for a while, though. Xandri asked why, her curiosity just as acute as it had been the previous day with the two mysterious elves. A good woman died on my watch. Another one. She birthed her dragonling and paid for it with her life. It happens a lot, and well, flying tends to be distracting. I'm sorry. It really sucks, said Xandri. The words felt empty, but there was nothing else to say. Demelza shrugged. Our women have been dying in childbirth for centuries. Over half our dragons grow up without a mother these days. Can't you fix it? It felt like such a stupid thing to say, so she added, I thought dragons had powerful magic at their disposal. We have our own elemental magic, yes? Demelza nodded at the fire, sending plumes of blue sparks up into the cave. A wave of her hand and it went back to its gentle humming. It had seemed completely effortless on her part, natural, yet Xandri was well placed to know that this was beyond Talia's skills. Fire was untamed and unyielding. Mages made use of it, but controlling it? She'd never seen anyone foolish enough to try. But then again, she hadn't met a dragon before. Pretty impressive. Demelza shrugged. Perhaps, but you can't burn your way to a safer birth. Xandri was reminded of the conversation she'd had with the elves, and wondered if ether could have helped, but it was a pointless thought. The ether-born prince was long gone now, and besides, Xandri had sworn she wouldn't talk of their meeting. But what about the mages, the elves and the fae? Surely someone can help? Andera, the kingdom's most powerful mage, has been on the case and can find neither cause nor cure. Shadow, Xandri thought. If the cause was shadow, there was little chance anyone who didn't know of it could find ways to fight against it. She bit her lip, wishing she could loosen her tongue, but she wouldn't. Keeping her word wasn't something she thought of as optional. Just then, Claus rolled over, purring, and plunked his head in Demelza's lap. "He does that when I'm sad, too," said Xandri. "I think he's secretly an empath tiger, if there's such a thing." "Possibly. He's certainly very fond of you. He followed me up here and watched over you as you slept. But don't you two fret on my account. These deaths are just part of our lives. I should be used to it by now. My own mother died having me," Demelza continued, running her fingers through the cub's ruff. Xandri felt awkward as fuck, wanting to ease Demelza's pain, befriend her, show her how grateful she was for saving her from the fall, but words had never been her forte. Sass and sarcasm she could dish out like they were on sale for a dime a dozen, but meaningful words of comfort she had no experience with. Xandri racked her brains for anything that might take Demelza's mind off dying mothers and orphaned dragonlings. "I had to clean the toilet with a toothbrush last week." Demelza frowned. "A toothbrush?" She laughed. "You're kidding." "Nope. Mother said something about not damaging the precious porcelain. I use a toothbrush for the lavvy, chamois leather for the windows, elbow grease for everything else. I go through a powerful amount of elbow grease, let me tell you." "You're a maid." There was no judgment in the she-dragon's tone. "Your energy and stats aren't consistent with maid. You read like a fighter." She grinned, taking it as a compliment. She liked to think that her effort to keep herself fit had paid off. "I belong to a family of mages, but managed to enter the world with no powers or gifts, so I make myself useful. Could be worse. Once my chores are done, I come to the forest, where I train with Claus for a few hours. Then I slip back into the village, under cover of night, and— Dragon scales! Xandri cursed, looking around, but with no sky in view, it was impossible to tell the time. "I've been gone for too long today. I need to head home." Claus rubbed his head on Demelza's arm one last time, then returned to Xandri's side. Xandri had a pang of deep sadness in the center of her chest. She'd felt such warmth and camaraderie sitting with Demelza. She wished she could blow curfew and hang by the fire and talk. But she couldn't. If she didn't get back when there were chores to be done, she'd be punished. "Till we meet again," said Demelza. "Shall we?" She didn't care that she sounded eager. She was sure this woman was meant to be her friend. Demelza seemed to think it through. "I live far, beyond the plains and lakelands, but yes, I believe we should." Chapter 5. Rage. Ray growled low, his ill humor growing worse each day. Since the shields had fallen, countless swine had swindled their way inside his kingdom, thieves, goblins, and worse. Each day, he and his men patrolled. Then he received the mages, elves, and fae he'd called to his aid, and let them explain how they couldn't just reform an ether wall. When he was done with that, he had to wine and dine the countless nobles crawling about his city. That left very little time for anything else. It had been days since he'd counted his gold. And, true, he didn't exactly need to check every single piece of treasure amassed in his chamber, but he wanted to. By gods, he wanted to. "She did it again." Ray growled again. What was it with his cousin barging in his office without so much as announcing his presence? "Demelza has left. Again." Ray cocked an eyebrow, inviting his cousin to talk. At least twice a week for the last month, she's flown away after seeing to her duties. She doesn't come back until dawn. He'd been worried when the shields had fallen, but she'd returned in one piece. Demelza is a grown-ass woman, trained by the best, Vincent. Let her be, or marry her if you must. His cousin grimaced, his disgust obvious. I couldn't marry that little runt. I just wanted to make sure she's safe. Ray sighed. He had strong protective instincts towards their mutual friend. He'd rip out a throat if anyone ever hurt her, and he'd enjoy it, too. But, unlike Vincent, he had accepted that she was an adult sometime over the last 90 years. She's safe, cousin. She's probably just found some lover. Leave her be. And, his cousin added, ignoring him, she also leaves the kingdom, through the gates of Norda. Ah, that changed things. Xandri never knew when her friend was going to turn up. Each day she hoped for the best when she got out of Malak, and once a week, there she was, in the clearing Claus had claimed as his own. Demelza's smile matched hers when she turned to find her there. She threw something Xandri caught mid-flight. Opening the package, she found some blessed delight that made her stomach growl so hard one might have mistaken her for a dragon too. From the royal kitchens of Vasily, I bring you melting tatin, caramelized paradise that will disintegrate in your mouth. Xandri groaned. She'd thought she'd known good eats before Demelza starting bringing delicacies from King Vasily's bakers. She hadn't. She popped the tatin into her mouth and then closed her eyes as the sugar and butter and apples rioted across her taste buds. How lucky she was. She wouldn't have believed it if someone had told her she'd be eating pastries from a royal kitchen a season ago. Better yet, she was about to dive into weapons training with a real freaking dragon princess. Xandri had laughed when Demelza had revealed that particular piece of information. A lot. Come on, a princess? Her friend was a warrior, not some helpless damsel. But Demelza had told her that, apparently, the title meant a very different thing to dragons. Nobles and royals, be they male or female, were the guardians and protectors of their lands. She'd been expected to learn to fly, fight, and throw the strongest of fires. Dancing lessons were entirely optional. Shall we? Demelza swung her sword over her head and readied herself. Xandri smiled eagerly. She hadn't had this much fun since she'd sparred with her brother. Demelza was obviously taking it easy on her, barely moving an inch to evade or block her each time she lunged. But even though every controlled movement from the ethereal she-dragon told her just how weak she really was, it beat practicing by herself. Besides, observing the woman's graceful, elegant movements was a lesson in its own right. She made it look so effortless. The two women danced around the clearing, the sound of their weapons ringing out through the forest, until Xandri was out of breath and drenched in sweat. I hate you a little, you know, she joked, glaring at her friend. Demelza didn't have the decency to look remotely winded. Had she even broken a sweat? Nope. She looked just as calm and collected as if they'd been sipping plum wine and trading tales. Demelza dropped to the blanket under the beech tree and dug a couple of sandwiches from the picnic basket. Hey, you're not bad, and I needed that. I don't exercise anywhere near enough, and Ertia knows I need to stay in shape if I have a hope in hell of holding my own during the claiming. That's the wacko tournament for the king's hand, right? Her friend had mentioned it once a few days back. Yup. I'll be pitched against some of the most skilled swordswomen in the kingdom. These chicks do not mess around. And if you win, will you be whisked away by His Highness, never to be seen again? Ew, I call foul upon such a vile utterance. Demelza swatted at Xandri. No, seriously, I don't want to win. Ray is like a brother to me. So why enter? Demelza shrugged. I'm the only unattached female in my line. I have no choice but to enter. If I didn't, some might see it as proof of weakness, which is all but an invitation to attack in our principality." Xandri nodded. She couldn't quite read Demelza's almost unchanging expressions, so she wasn't entirely sure what her new friend really thought of the claiming. For all she knew, it was business as usual for dragons, and Demelza was on board with the tradition. She didn't want to offend one of the only people who seemed to enjoy her company by saying she thought 1,000 women fighting for a king's hand was revolting. Who'd want to find a queen that way? It seemed so primitive. "I need to make it through to at least the quarter-finals," said Demelza through a mouthful, "so those court bitches don't get ideas about pushing me around." "Sounds like my life, except you need to substitute family for courtiers. Yet they'd be wickedly jealous if they knew I'd seen a dragon." "You haven't said anything, have you? I'm not exactly supposed to meet humans." "That would be a no. I'd be in as much trouble as you. Being outside the village walls without the required permits, missing curfew, blah, blah, blah. People get whipped for less." The two women talked and laughed and ate and played stay-away with Claus as though they'd been friends since birth, rather than strangers who'd met 5 times since Xandri toppled off a cliff not a month ago. As the sun set, they packed up, said their farewells, and went their separate ways. Claus followed Xandri as far as the tree line outside the village. She kissed her tiger cub on his magnificent head. "Dream valiant tiger dreams and such things, sweet." Claus took his cue and ambled back into the thicket. Scaling the wall around the village wasn't a problem. The trick was doing it when there were no guards around. Xandri had it down to a science. It wasn't that the guards were lazy, per se. They just preferred wine and dice to patrolling in the dark. Their village was so dreadfully dull she could hardly blame them. She was certain they'd have finished their rounds on the quarter hour, but she scanned the alley to be sure it was clear before launching herself over the wall. Hands were on her as soon as she landed. She knew, based on his height and strength, but mostly his god-awful cologne, that it was Darson. How had she missed that smell? He must have positioned himself downwind, which meant it was premeditated. What a slime bucket! "Well, well, what have we here? A songbird caught in my snare, perhaps?" said Darson. She writhed against his grip. The man was strong. There was no way she could outmuscle him. She could, however, outwit him. She slumped in his arms. He was a fool. He'd fall for the "you got me, I give up" trick. The minute he relaxed his hold, she jammed her heel into his shin and wrenched herself free. She was sure she could outrun him, but Darson dodged left, then right, and blocked her path. He was surprisingly nimble for such a blockhead. He backed her up against the rough stone wall, mashing himself against her, his hands tearing at her clothes. There was no mistaking his intent. His erection said it all. She felt like throwing up and yelling in anger all at once. Rage burned and rose from her solar plexus, through her chest, down her arms, and into her hands. She'd never felt anything like it. She drew her arms back and thrust at him as hard as she could. Darson stumbled away from her. "Bitch," was all he managed. He pawed at his clothes, rending the fabric and swearing oaths. The alley was filled with the smell of singed flesh. Xandri didn't wait to see more, running down the alley as fast as her legs would carry her. Chapter 6. The Guard. Xandri crashed into the house, slamming the iron door behind her. For once she wanted everyone to hear her. It didn't take more than a second to decide she had a duty to tell them what Darson had done. It wasn't just that she'd been in danger. If he was willing to attempt to rape the daughter of a mage, there was no one he wouldn't attack. It wasn't just rumors and her instincts talking now. She knew the facts. Mages stood above anyone of noble blood, except princes and kings. That meant her parents surpassed Darson, and they were not known for being light-handed when it came to punishing miscreants. He was a noble, so they'd probably commute the sentence to exile, but she was certain they'd banish him someplace awful and keep her safe. As her mother entered the front room, Xandri steeled herself to recount the details of the attack. "Darson Ooster tried to rape me." Her mother frowned. "Say what, now?" Xandri repeated the facts of the matter as plainly as she could. The man had lain in wait in a dark alley, restrained her, and tried to rip her clothes off. She didn't mention his hard-on. It was her mother she was talking to, after all. "Lars!" her mother shouted up the stairs. "Get down here and listen to the nonsense your middle-born daughter is spouting." She stared open-mouthed in shock. That was her mother's reply? Calling her accusation nonsense? "Where's Talia? She'll believe me," said Xandri. "Talia has been selected as the decade's most promising mage and was removed to the capital this very afternoon, which you would have known if you weren't wandering about again." Her hands flew to her stomach. It really did feel like a gut punch. She wouldn't ordinarily have shown that much emotion in front of her mother, but she couldn't help herself. Without Talia here to back her up, nothing she said would be taken seriously. "I knew you'd be selfish about it, instead of pleased for your sister," her mother spat, and it hurt more than a slap. She did love Talia, and her first reaction should have been feeling glad that she'd been chosen. Perhaps her mother was right, and she was self-centered. Or perhaps she'd just escaped a rape attempt and wanted some comfort from the only person likely to give it to her. You never see the bigger picture. The training she'll receive will put her head and shoulders above the competition. At least someone around here knows how to be a good daughter. Lars! Lars Astria had finally come down the stairs. "What now?" he growled. His frown deepened, as it often was when he looked at Xandri. He was a formidable presence, even in his lab coat and slippers. "Can't this wait? I'm formulating some high-end compounds. I should not be away from my lab." "Your daughter here says Darson assaulted her." Her father rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Pathetic," he laughed casually. "More attention-seeking? You should have grown out of this nonsense by now." More? When had she sought their attention? She'd known by age 12, over a dozen years ago, that they would give her none. "All you need to do is lay a telling serum on his tongue, and he'll be compelled to speak the truth. Please." Xandri didn't want to beg, but Darson couldn't go free. He just couldn't. Who knew what he'd do next if he wasn't punished now? She hadn't noticed her elder sister until her voice betrayed her presence. "Perhaps we should," she said cautiously, and Xandri's jaw fell open. Illyria had stopped talking to her 13 years ago. She didn't even look at her, refusing to acknowledge that she had a magicless sister. Yet there she was. Her green eyes narrowed as she stared directly at her. "Alexandria has never been a liar." She moved without thinking, taking her sister's hand and kissing the back of her palm. She would never have seen this coming. It wasn't enough, though. "We're not going to insult a man who's broken bread with us, who sits on the council, who brings honor to his family name." Her mother's voice rose to a shout. "The man wants to marry you, girl. Chances are he tried to kiss you, but you, as you always do, made a fuss about nothing." Xandri was about to launch a counter-argument when the front doors swung open with such force the walls shook. Darson glowered in the doorway. The coward had brought an entire contingent of the guard to back him up. "Arrest this woman," he said. "On what grounds?" "Consorting with the demon." Xandri snorted. She couldn't help herself. The man was a joke. Darson turned towards her parents. "It pains me to do this, my dear, dear friends." Really? He was going to suck up to them and tell a bunch of lies? Your daughter cornered me by the outer walls of the village. She broke curfew, but that's nothing compared to what came next." Xandri folded her arms. What nonsense was this jackass going to try to sell them? Her emerald eyes, which you tout as one of her finest features, Kari, blazed gold before she laid her hands on me. Darson tore open his shirt. She did this. Xandri stared in disbelief at the hand-shaped burn on his chest. Could those marks really have come from her? She knew of mages who only showed their skills under duress, but surely she would have known if she'd cast a spell. Then again, the scene had been so blurry and happened so fast, perhaps she'd conjured up a simple sui defensor spell without knowing what she was doing. Then she remembered the power rushing to her arm. Fuck! She had done something to him, but it was in self-defense, and magic wasn't exactly outlawed. The guard crept towards her, fearful, no doubt, that the so-called demon would rise up through her and smite them. It would have been laughable were it not for the fact that most of her family seemed to be swallowing Darson's horseshit. "If you won't lay a telling salve on him, lay one on me! I'll tell you what happened!" Her voice was becoming desperate. "I think both of them should be interrogated under oath," Illyria said, supporting her again. Everyone ignored her. Her father approached her, and for a second she wondered if he would stand beside her, but instead he suddenly flicked a smidge of green powder over Xandri. "You can approach the suspect now." Xandri couldn't believe her own father would restrain her with some of his famous stock-still formula, but her arms were rooted to her side, and the garms swarmed and bound her with no effort. "The man tried to rape me. He forced himself on me. Will no one believe me?" "I believe that's entirely possible and should be investigated." Again, no one paid any mind to Illyria. Xandri had seen it happen before, and she hadn't cared much. Her sister was the pretty one. No one cared what came out of her mouth. "We recuse ourselves, naturally, from the proceedings," her mother announced. "It would be unseemly if her family were to be involved in any way. The law dictates she be tried in the manner prescribed." "You'd let them torture me?" Xandri couldn't believe it. She'd known she wasn't wanted or welcome in her family. She had no idea her parents hated her. Turning to her elder sister, eyes shining, she begged, "Don't let him hurt anyone else. Watch him." Illyria nodded as the guard seized her and shoved her towards the door. Xandri felt the same fury that had overcome her by the village walls rise from the pit of her stomach. She needed to contain herself, save that energy for what came next. She knew all too well what the dungeons of Malak held. There would be pincers and fire and thumbscrews and a rack. Worse yet, they were staffed with the most brutal of all men. She wasn't wrong. The dungeons were stacked to the ceiling with well-oiled and highly polished instruments of torture. The dungeon master took great pride in his work. Felons and villains folded under his hand. Xandri was lashed to a tilting table, the vicious tools of her torturer all around her. She didn't know where it came from, but each time the vile brute approached her, she burned with the power of 1,000 suns, and neither he nor any of his snivelling henchmen could touch her. They had not managed to break her skin once. Darson hovered in the background, consulting with the councillors and noblemen he and her parents were so close with. "Pfft! Noble, my arse. You're no more a noble than I'm a vessel of the demon." A glint of gold said the mayor was back there, in his ceremonial garb. He didn't dare draw close. None of them did. They were all of one opinion. She was possessed. She had consorted with, and did the bidding of, none other than the demon of Bashtar. There was only one sentence. That sentence was death. Chapter 7. Demon. The gold felt good. No, better than good. It felt like perfection. No wonder alchemists had studied it through all time. Its heft, its luster, the way it sang in his brain was more calming to his nerves than all the draughts his physicians might prescribe. Though he knew it was a sickness, that he was obsessed and should find a way to curb his appetite for the metal, Ray Vasily plunged his hands deep into his hoard and let the coins run through his fingers. He wanted to stop. He meant to. He'd tried to. He'd even managed to stay away for a day at a time, but he always returned to his chambers to seek the solace precious metal afforded him. He feared he'd never rid himself of the hunger for gold. The curse of his kind. The most powerful amongst them eventually grew sick, feral. First they were fascinated by gold, then by the dark. Last came flesh and fire. This was how he had come to be crowned before his time. His father had left when his hunger for gold had devolved into a taste for flesh. He would suffer the same fate one day. There was no cure for it. He knew that was the reason why the elders had called for the claimings. They wanted the kingdom to have a queen and an heir when the time came. They were preparing for his fall. Ray hadn't had the time to count and touch all his coins for weeks, but he was almost done when the door to his private chambers clanged open. He stood, ready to growl at whoever had dared invade his sanctum, but his scowl disappeared when he took in the unexpected visitor. "I need your help. We don't have a moment to lose. Please, Ray, come with me." Demelza already had him by the arm and was dragging him towards the door, babbling about someone who needed saving. "Slow down," he said. "Tell me, what's going on? Who's in danger?" Demelza sighed. "I have a friend." Ray smiled. "You have a lot of friends, many of whom get in more trouble than you could shake a stick at. Who's done what, and what do I need to do to fix it?" Demelza dropped her voice. "Her name is Xandri." Ray frowned. That was an unusual name, and he wasn't familiar with it, which did confuse him as he absorbed every detail, forever branding them in his memory. Ray never forgot anything. Demelza dropped her voice. "She's human." "Human?" He tried not to sound alarmed, but if Demelza was found to be consorting with a human, there'd be hell to pay. He fixed her with his most authoritative, steely gaze. It had no effect on her whatsoever. She knew the penalties for fraternizing with a human, but here she was, saying nothing was more important than saving this woman. "Look, I can't explain it, but it's as if we've known each other through time. I have no idea how or why, but I feel like she's in danger. She'll get tortured, I know it. You have to help me, Ray." "You feel it," said Ray. "You haven't actually seen it." "That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't need to see it. It's in my blood, my bones, my everything. Xandri is in danger, and we need to help." Ray threw his cloak over his shoulders. "The elders will skin our hides when they find out, Elza." Demelza smiled briefly. "Mine, perhaps. But you do happen to be their king." The sentence had been death, but they were making a pig's ear out of executing her. In other circumstances, she might have found it entertaining. First they'd come at her with long flaming torches, lit her clothes on fire, and lobbed bundles of kindling at her. Her tunic and trousers hissed and singed and fell to the floor, but she stood naked and unharmed. She could even feel her hair about her shoulders. She should have been bald and eyebrow-less, but not a single hair on her body had been burned away. Right, so that was weird as all hells, but she wasn't exactly complaining. Whatever luck she had, she just hoped it carried on. Xandri ran through the scene in the alley with Dawson 100 times or more, trying to make sense of what had happened. Not the attempted rape part. That much didn't need investigating. The man had assaulted her with intent, plain and simple. No, The thing that interested her was the burn marks she'd left on his chest. That, along with the fact that her executioners weren't able to roast her to death, led her inexorably to the conclusion that fire was, somehow, her friend. She knew it hadn't always been the case. She'd burned herself plenty of times, but somehow, now, she had magics after all. She laughed humorlessly. Her family had written her off, called her a dunderhead, laughed at her attempt to conjure herbs from the ground as needed, but perhaps she was to have the last laugh. She heard her latest assailants before she saw them. An entire contingent of the guard was coming at her with the most incredible array of weapons. She counted 10 steel-headed pikes, 14 rapiers, a dozen or more lances, and who knows what else. They'd arranged themselves like a Roman legion, line after line of chainmail-covered cowards, waiting on the order to charge. Xandri closed her eyes and hid her face under her hands for good measure, but seconds passed, and nothing. She dropped her hands and frowned, confused to see their weapons at her feet. None had touched her. None had made it closer than a foot. They'd been stopped by a wall of dancing golden flames. Eventually the wall of fire dropped, and 3 guards sprang into action, binding her wrists, punching her in the kidneys, and dragging her back to her cell. She'd been back behind bars for less than 10 minutes when she heard her jailers talking about how best to rid themselves of the one who consorts with the demon. Just so much crap. She'd never so much as read about a demon, let alone summoned one and agreed to do its bidding. These people were extremely excitable, to say nothing of gullible. "The ducking stool is ready, sir." Xandri felt a chill run down her spine. She'd seen people drowned in the pond at the center of the village, their eyes bulging and tongues swollen to twice its natural size. Not a pretty sight, and not the way she planned to end her days on Urtia. The thought of her breath being gobbled from her lungs by the water sprites filled her with dread. There was commotion in the corridor. Someone high up must be coming to have a gander at the prisoner. She hadn't heard that much noise the entire time she'd been in captivity. What the hell were they doing? She pulled her scabby, flea-infested blanket over her nakedness before the door opened. Xandri wasn't given to gaping, but the man standing in the doorframe was decked out in such incredible attire, she scarcely knew where to look first. Her eye was drawn to the shimmering gold edging around his crimson cloak, then down to his leggings. Holy hell, the man was stacked. Then back up to his broad shoulders and mane of wayward hair. But it was his eyes that made her stomach do somersaults. She didn't let that show, of course. He was clearly a trap of some kind, some duke or earl who wanted to curry favour with Darson, sent to escort her to a watery end. She narrowed her eyes and readied herself for the next onslaught. If she was going to go down, she'd go down swinging. Chapter 8. First Sight. Ray managed to hold back the growl that began in his groin and travelled through his entire body when he threw open the cell door and saw the woman Demelza had called Xandri. Wrapped only in a filthy blanket, she was radiant. Her auburn hair fell around her bare shoulders. Dear gods, he wanted his mouth on her skin, and her eyes, flecked with a gold so bright he thought he might never look away, burned into his. Her fight-ready stance reeked of defiance, but she smelled of fresh tapped maple and crushed cloves. He mentally checked in to be sure his jaw hadn't hit the floor, his hands weren't clenching and unclenching in their eagerness to explore her, and his pants weren't stretched tight over his erection. "Ours," the beast inside him said. "Our treasure." "You going to stare at me all day, or should we just get to the part where you cowards strap me to a stool and plunge me into the pond?" Her voice was no siren's song, though he was baffled to know what he'd expected, because each harsh word, delivered with a sneer, only amped up his desire. He knew he was gawping. He also knew he had to stop. He had no right. The elders had spoken. They were preparing the claiming right now. And, in any case, she was a human, and there was no way on Urtia a dragon and a human would be permitted to pair. He shook his head, willing the thoughts of what he'd like to do to her, with her, on her, in her, away. Demelza sent me. His voice sounded normal, if a little lower than usual. Good. He hadn't been sure he'd be able to speak at all. Xandri cocked her head, and she dropped her fight-or-flight, feet apart, fists at the ready posture. His dragon groaned deep in his belly for a second time. She was naked under the blanket. He could see her when she moved under the slight, dirty fabric. He needed her covered up so he could attempt to think straight. Xandri was on it. She moved past him and found some clothes in a cupboard. "Turn around," she said. He obeyed, not needing the visual. If he saw her completely naked, he might take her right then. Who cared about the armed guards standing by? In seconds she was at his side, fully dressed in an unbecoming uniform that totally drowned her, and ready to flee. She popped her head outside her cell. Most of her former jailers lay unconscious in the corridor. "You took out the guards?" She smiled, visibly enjoying seeing her enemies on the floor. Ray could have groaned. If she had been a damsel in distress, offended by violence like humans were supposed to be, he might have been turned off. But, of course, she was as bloodthirsty as any dragon female. "What did they imprison you for, anyway?" Xandri shrugged, looking away before trying for a casual tone. "Consorting with a demon, and all that." In other circumstances that might have made him laugh. He'd seen demon-sworn minions, and she wasn't one of them, not by a long shot. There was no mark on her face, none peeking under her clothes, save for a rune on her hand, an ether rune. No demon could bear one of those. But, as far as he knew, no human should either. He wasn't amused now because the woman looked sad, wounded. He moved closer, his body taking over. Reaching her, he pulled her to him and pressed his lips on her forehead, just as he did with Demelza. It didn't feel the same, though. Instead of comfort and familiarity, hugging her awakened every part of him. Thankfully, the world around them demanded his attention. Steel-capped boots and the sound of clanking sidearms meant more soldiers were headed their way. He might have fought the next wave, but as there was a chance the guards might harm the woman at his side, he dismissed the idea. He'd come in through a window in the tower. It made sense to head out the same way. "Mount me," he said. "Excuse me?" said Xandri. Ray launched himself out the window and shifted mid-jump, his white and gold scales shimmering in the moonlight. He did his best to keep his large frame steady, batting his wings to stay close to the window. He felt her hand on him, then her legs, and then she was astride him, her hot, sweet self snug against his neck. He flexed his shoulders and shook out his wings. As the soldiers stormed the jail, Ray took off into the night, taking the intriguing and enticing human with him. She was going to be trouble. He knew it. He was also strangely, perversely, looking forward to it. Xandri had no recollection of Demelza rescuing her, so climbing on top of this golden dragon was, for all intents and purposes, her first flight. It was terrifying and beautiful. The air around them was cool but fragrant, the patchwork fields below a marvel, and the sensation of a muscular beast between her legs simply indescribable. It wasn't merely the fact that he was huge. He comported himself with grace and power. She had to hold on to him tightly, as each movement of his wings projected them almost a mile away. Xandri peeked underneath the beast and held on for dear life. As moments passed without seeing her fall to her doom, she gulped and leaned sideways to peek again. This time, although her brain still came up with a million ways how she could fall to her certain death, she smiled faintly. She had never travelled, nor seen any other part of the kingdom but the northern Var, where she lived, but they left that place, home to her captors, her jailers, and her family, at top speed. They crossed the lakelands, a marvel of waterfalls and winding rivers that pooled into freshwater lakes. Then they soared over the red-painted plains, dodging thunderheads and stratocumulus alike, places she'd only seen in books and projected on a wall. In the rare hours when the villagers were allowed the use of electricity, they gathered in the town hall to watch shows and movies. She'd looked at the other kingdoms with such longing, and now she'd seen them with her own eyes. From above. Way, way, way above. Her stomach jumped to her throat and she plastered herself against the warm metallic scales. She'd been brave enough for one day. The low rumbling coming from the beast's chest was comforting, which did make her think she quite possibly wasn't all there in the head. Who exactly found dragons comforting? But she did close her eyes and caught a nap. Eventually Xandri awoke, feeling them banking to the right and descending. She craned her neck to look over his head. She'd heard tales, but nothing could have prepared her for the dazzling beauty of the legendary Kingdom of Farden, home to the dragons. She was hit with wave after wave of wonder as they flew on, but figured she must have fallen asleep and been swept up in a dream as they came into land in the golden city of Tanelar. The castle that dominated the horizon was the most unearthly structure she'd ever seen. There were towers and turrets, buttresses and battlements, ramparts and roundhouses. She saw a moat, a portcullis, and a drawbridge. In short, everything she might have expected in a castle, but executed with such finesse she would have sworn it was a mirage rather than the crystalline home to the fire-breathers. The dragon slowed and coasted, then came in for a smooth as silk landing. She dismounted and put her hand out to thank him. He shifted under her touch, and instead of scales, she found her sweaty hand on a pair of sexy abs. 2, 4, 6... Yep, he had a damn 8-pack. These things did exist, apparently. Thankfully, they were soon interrupted, or she might have spent eternity feeling him up. Was there drool on her chin? You made it. Demelza raced across the courtyard and threw her arms round the hunk that had just flown Xandri further than even her wildest imaginings had travelled. You're the best. I knew you'd do it. Then, turning to Xandri, she asked, You good? Everything in one piece. I saw flashes, people coming at you with torture tools. Xandri hugged her friend hard, thanking her because it was due to her she was alive. If Demelza hadn't sent her friend, or servant, to get her, she'd almost certainly have been at the bottom of the pond by now. Did they hurt you? Her friend asked again, knowing that she'd been avoiding the question. She frowned and glanced to the hunky dragon shifter. She didn't want him to know what a freak she was, but he stood there, arms crossed, staring at her as if to dare her to tell him to leave. They tried. I can't explain what happened, Elsa. I just can't. The weapons couldn't touch me, couldn't get close to me. I really do have fire magic for some reason. She then lifted her palm, showing the rune branded to her skin. It all started with this, and I felt it each time that magic came out of me. As her friend had made it clear that their relationship wouldn't be approved of by their kind, she didn't say it out loud, but Demelza understood. It had all started with her, changing something in Xandri's nature when she saved her. Right, Mr. Hunk said, holding his hands up as if to physically remove himself from the situation. I did my share. She's your responsibility now, Elsa. Keep her out of trouble. And if the elders come after her, you're the one doing the fancy talking. Xandri watched his perfect arse and strong legs taking him away from her. She snuck her hand to her nose and sniffed his wild, woodsy scent that reminded her of the things she loved best, the outdoors, nature, and the beasts of the forest. Is he working for you? And if so, how do I get me one of those? Demelza giggled, shaking her head as she told her, I wouldn't say so, no. That's Ray. Xandri didn't catch on, and her expression must have made that clear because her friend explained, Ray Vasili of Fardor, king of all he surveys. Chapter 9. Dragon Blood. Attending council meetings was a tiresome formality, but Ray did his duty nonetheless. Today he'd welcomed the dreary task. It would beat sitting around thinking about the human who had the entire palace in an uproar. As his non-existent luck would have it, the damn council was up in arms about Xandri too. The clerk described her in detail for the record. Auburn hair, shoulder length, height, 5'6". He'd say 5'7", actually, and now he was thinking about her again, which made him hard. Brown eyes, race. Green, he growled. 14 heads, his councilmen and the clerks, turned to him. Her eyes are green. The clerk nodded and resumed his pointless description. Then his councillors set about debating what to do with her, which effectively killed his arousal and made him see red instead. She needs to be examined thoroughly. I propose to run some tests. She was, after all, accused of demonic sorcery. It was no surprise that the chief medic was a fan of examination, perhaps even dissection. She should be quarantined in the isolation ward. That way she won't be able to sow dissent or spread any of the diseases she might be carrying. Ray waggled a brow. Dragons didn't get affected by viruses the way humans did. Their systems burned most ailments before they could take hold. The more militant, anti-human faction of the council roared its disapproval. Apparently, that wasn't enough nonsense for them. They were all for immediate extermination. Their kind didn't mix with hers for good reason. They considered humans vermin. This is hardly necessary. That came from Nathos, his chief advisor. Ray had inherited the politician when he'd taken the throne. Nathos had been his father's right hand. They didn't often see eye to eye, but he'd never thought of replacing him, because the man was clever, knowledgeable, and far too valuable. The issue was that the close to 1,000-year-old ancient dragon understandably saw Ray as nothing more than a child. He rubbed him the wrong way. The child could carry no illness that may affect our race. That being said, this is too much of a coincidence. The northern border falls, then we have a human calling a dragon princess to her aid. Highly unusual. We must proceed with caution. Ray shook his head. Level-headed, sensible councillors were scrambling to outdo one another with ridiculous solutions to a non-problem. She was just an ordinary woman, with a strange link to Demelza and an ether rune. Another time he might have brought this up, asked what it could mean. When they wanted to make use of it, the elders did have a lot of knowledge. Now he had other priorities. The wisest men of Farden couldn't agree whether to study her, imprison her, vanquish her to the deepest depths of the kingdom's darkest dungeon, or parade her about the place in a plexiglass viewing tube. Madness. He stood, and everyone around the table fell silent. She came here as my guest, and will be treated with respect. He was met with a torrent of disapproval. Xandri provoked such violent feelings in his advisers, they spoke their minds with unusual frankness. She was a freak who'd provoke rioting and unrest, and was probably sent as a double agent, they said. He'd had enough. She'll be quartered in the palace, and will move about only with my express permission or under Demelza's guard. This was smart, and he was all for being cautious, not stupid. He held up his hand, demanding silence. The debate is closed. Move on to matters of state. The king had spoken, when the king rarely spoke. There'd be gossip about that for sure, but Ray didn't care. He couldn't stand to hear her name spoken another minute. He had his fill of the woman who'd identified herself as Alexandria Astria for the day. They moved on to actual problems, and they had enough of those. Foreign dragons have been spotted by scouts. Sir Vincent is coming back from his patrol with a full report as we speak, but he communicated enough details. We have reason to be concerned. There are 12 of them, armed and well supplied, which makes us think it can't be ferals. Absolians, Ray guessed. Absolia, the other dragon kingdom, was just as abundant as Farden, so one might think they'd stay away, yet they persisted in doing their best to bother them every other year. As Farden was heavily guarded, as well as protected by spells, they attempted to sneak in. Mayhap, his first counselor replied. Trying to get a straightforward answer from Nathos was like extracting blood from a stone. The guard didn't say, but I advise that we call a hunt soon if these strangers do not pass. Ray nodded, attempting to conceal his eagerness. Good news at long last. Hunts were fun. Xandri loved palace life and was fascinated by the modern conveniences she'd never seen in Malak. There was a rustic charm to the place, and at the same time she came across foreign, futuristic devices that fascinated her. Curious as she was, she couldn't stop herself from pressing random buttons which, more than once, had ended up with her locked in the toilet or adding sizzling hot water to her bath. That might have been a problem if she wasn't still mysteriously immune to heat. Xandri was weighted on hand and foot. Demelza explained she was officially classified as the king's guest, which, it turned out, had some serious perks, such as a room larger than her parents' house and breakfast served in bed. Xandri befriended the people who served her. She knew, deep in her bones, what it was like to be treated like a nobody, and she wouldn't do it to anyone else. The dragoness who helped her into her weird, unfamiliar clothes with too many little leather ties was called Sid, and every day she told her off, scowling as she muttered, "Women these days. All bones. How do you hope to give birth to a dragonling if you don't gain some weight, hey?" She spoke like she was ancient, and Xandri didn't question it. Adult dragons all seemed to be around the same age, so she had to conclude that they kept their looks throughout the ages, as the legends said. Lucky buggers. In another 20 years at most, she'd start to wrinkle. "I don't think I'll birth any dragonlings, Sid," she replied, and the woman snorted. "Nonsense. You've a bonny face. There will be dozens of lords and what-not after you once they see you're all right." Doubtful. The only suitor she'd had was Mr. Creep the Rapist, and she was certain he'd seen her as a way into a mage family. "If you say so." "I see so. Look at you." Xandri did, mainly because the woman moved her head to make her face a claw-footed full-length mirror. She had to admit, her appearance had improved. She had the right clothes on now. Soft velvet, hugging the form she hadn't noticed. She smiled, thinking about her change of fortune. She had sumptuous rooms, a cook who was damned near a magician, servants, and as there wasn't any use for her in the palace, they'd named her companion of Her Highness Demelza. That meant she got to spend her time walking about with her friend, or, better yet, training with her. If only her sister Talia and Claus had been there, it would have been absolute perfection. There wasn't a day when Xandri didn't think of them and long for their presence. Thankfully, she was kept too distracted to give in to melancholy. It wasn't just the physical space and the astounding people that made Farden a dream come true for Xandri. It was the kick-ass routine that made up her day. She and Demelza sparred every morning, Sir Vincent Vasili spurring them on. "You need to hold the sword in the traditional way." He scooted behind Xandri and put his arms around her, showing her the correct stance. Interesting how non-invasive he felt, like her brother, but blonde, honed and more muscular than Damien. Not her type at all, but Vincent was pleasant and pleasing, with a wicked sense of humour. Xandri smiled at her own thought. Her type. She'd never had one before, to her knowledge. Some actors in movies had seemed attractive, and she'd certainly noticed the beauty of the two elves she'd met what felt like a lifetime ago. Now she had a defined type. A little taller than Vincent, a little larger in the shoulder, with piercing eyes, a beard, and ash-blonde hair. Shaking her head, she forced all thought of Ray Vasily out of her mind, like she did every time he crept in. For one, the man happened to be a freaking king. There was probably a law against lusting after kings. Vincent placed her hands on the sword. The hilt is long enough to accommodate both hands, which you'll need if you want to slice someone with this bad boy. Xandri rotated her wrists, sending the sword in a singing arc above their heads. No, you're not beating meringue. You're brandishing a heavy Class A weapon. The wrists remain still. Try to keep it steady, because your adversary certainly knows how to use hers. Vincent nodded towards Demelza, who came at her full on. The claiming was only days away. She'd said she needed all the practice she could get. Vincent dodged to the edge of the arena, grinning like the proverbial cat. He loved training, so much so that Xandri wondered why he didn't make it his profession. Demelza did not mess around. She danced this side, then that, then behind her with her kubutawari, the famed helmet breaker, singeing the hairs on her arms as it flew by. Xandri had neither Demelza's speed nor skill, but Vincent said she had good instincts and grit, which she took to mean she might catch up to Demelza someday. Possibly. Maybe. As much as a human could catch up to a dragon. She couldn't imagine when, though. Demelza was faster than a damned dervish. Cheetah? Xandri fell back, mopping her forehead with her sleeve. You can only move that fast using magic. So, use yours, said Vincent. Both women stopped dead in their tracks. What do you mean? Said Xandri. Vincent looked at Demelza. Surely you feel it. Demelza shook her head. You lost me, cuz. Vincent pointed to Xandri's abdomen, saying, Here, in the pit of your belly. You feel power stir? She just frowned, confused. You have plenty of magics in you, little girl. Not just mage blood, but dragon fire, too. As he spoke, Vincent walked forward, invading her personal space like he belonged there, and grabbed her hand. She was a second away from kneeing his groin, but he did something she hadn't seen coming, something she didn't quite understand. He touched her hand, the one marked by that strange rune, his own palm ablaze with dragon fire. Holy shitty dragon fucking scale. That came from Demelza, but had she been able to talk, Xandri agreed. Her rune shone, and all of a sudden power did radiate from her entrails. She felt it in her bones. Do you know what dragons are? She had no clue what Vincent talked about. Dragons were dragons, and that was it. One of the first kinds of great beasts. They roamed Ertia long before humans, before elves and any such things. They lived alongside gods, monsters, and creatures of legends in complete chaos. Then our time came, and the monsters disappeared. Ether swallowed them all, so that Ertia may be at peace. Dragons, however, never disappeared. Instead, they were sealed inside the strongest and wisest of men. Dragons are a gift of ether to mankind. The fire inside us should consume us, but ether blessed it, and molded our bodies to withstand the flame. We have the lifespan of our beasts, and their powers, too. You speak of ether as though it was a person, not an entity. Vincent shrugged. Ether is conscious. That much has always been clear. What I mean to say, little supposedly human gal, is that you have dragon fire and are ether blessed, just like the rest of us. That didn't make any sense. Now, Elsa, you will stop holding back, and Xandri, make use of that magic if you want to see another day. Because Demelza was her friend, she did what she had to do and obeyed their trainer. Xandri felt the all-consuming, heavy, oppressive source of power rush towards her, ready to strike. Fuck. Here goes nothing. Chapter 10. Lies. Holy fire, she was a vision. Seeing the human, or supposedly human, as Vincent rightly said, take on his very well-trained, extremely lethal, fully-fledged dragon friend, Ray was so stunned he came out of the dark alcove where he'd been lurking, joining Vincent. Alexandria didn't all of a sudden develop superior skills and kick Demelza's ass, but she did hold her own. The first assault, she dodged, using a speed that shouldn't have been possible. The second, she blocked, her katana blazing with golden flames as she withstood the dragoness's attack. This makes 0 sense. Vincent nodded his agreement, but there was a humongous smile on his lips, telling him he didn't quite believe that. Talk. You know, I used to have a thing about stealing books from the Elders' archives. He had, and Vincent had never been caught. The two cousins had grown up together. Vincent was only 3 years his elder. He'd been the studious, serious one, up until the incident no one talked of occurred. Then, instead of breaking, as some might have, Vincent started to make light of any situation, using humor to make up for his pain. Vincent had lost his dragon, or sealed it inside him. No one knew. The gist of it was that he couldn't shift. He could have crumbled. Instead, he survived it. Before that change, Vincent had amassed his fair share of forbidden knowledge, though. Go on. This didn't come from me, and for the sake of everything that's holy, don't tell the elders you know of it either. Ray nodded his agreement. I don't know much, but the book this came from was extremely well guarded, under lock, key, and magics. I couldn't even take it out of the archives. It's actually just a history book, talking about the rift. Ray turned to his friend. The rift? No one talked of it. They learned as dragonlings that humans, elves, fae, and other races blessed by ether lived together in peace 1,000 years ago. Then, all of a sudden, the dragons had separated themselves from them. The end. No one was allowed to ask questions. The teachers didn't even know the answers. Before the rift, when we all partied under the same roof, there apparently were what the book called dragon riders. Most were elves, some were fae, and occasionally humans too. It says that riders were born, not made, and never showed any skill until they'd bonded with one of us. It says they bore marks, runes, just like our pretty little friends. His brain was going to explode. Dragon riders? What did that even mean? We're wild creatures, not horses. Indeed, and we're wild creatures that are going mad, feral. Riders were mortals with this ability to calm us. According to that book, I think it was written right after the rift, those who disliked our race or figured that we would be weakened without our riders ended up murdering the potential riders before they'd bonded, while they were still vulnerable. The king at the time, Demelza's grandfather, I think, went on a rampage, killing everyone who'd done this, and made us leave. He wasn't wrong, I'm sure. Honestly, I don't recall much. I've only remembered this bit because, well, it was a secret, and secrets are valuable. Ray nodded. That explained the elders' reactions. They'd wanted their secret to stay hidden, and getting rid of Xandri might have seemed like the easiest way to do so. Are you going to tell her? Vincent tilted his head. Perhaps, perhaps not. What would be the point? Anything I know would just invite more questions. I say let her discover what she's capable of herself. Then clapping his hands, Vincent yelled above the sounds of weapons clashing. All right, enough, you two. You're going to hate your muscles on the morrow. Go take a warm bath and relax. Xandri's eyes shone when she turned to Vincent, but then her eyes landed on him, and she froze, averted her gaze, and blushed. Ray smiled in response. He was apparently not the only one affected. Then he remembered they were only fighting because Demelza wanted to train for the upcoming tournament, the one where his wife would be chosen for him. It was his fault, really. If he had chosen someone to saddle himself with over the last 10 years since he'd taken the throne, the elders would have left it alone. But he hadn't. Perhaps it was her fault for having been 15 at most a decade back, and for not having entered his kingdom until now. Dragons weren't known to be hesitant, particularly not when it came to their treasures. They saw something they wanted, and they took it. The moment he'd met her, his beast decided she was theirs to have, and not being able to act on the dragon's demand burned his very soul. Something was changing. He wasn't sure how or why, and he didn't know what to do about it. Xandri consumed his thoughts the way gold had, not even a month ago. Now, instead of bathing in his pool of coins, instead of counting his gold when he was in his den, he laid on his bed and thought of the woman's eyes, or such things. All right, sometimes, maybe, he thought of her arse, too. She had a very, very fine one. "You fight well," he said. The first words he'd addressed to her in 3 weeks and 5 days. He'd seen her 11 times since. She'd seen him only once. Now. She rolled her eyes. "Elsa kicked my ass, and I know it. Thank you, though." Ray stared at her until she relented and lifted her eyes to him. "I do not offer flattery, woman. I am king. Other people flatter me." She might have rolled her eyes if he didn't say it with a self-depreciative smile. "I said you fight well. Accept it." Another blush. The damn woman had to stop, or he'd give another meaning to Dragon Rider. "Thanks." He smiled a little, and her mouth popped open, which made the length between his legs stand to attention. "Down, you. That wasn't an invitation to fill those pretty lips." The dragon inside him protested, thinking that this reasoning was idiotic. Damn horny beast. "You may want to try another weapon. It didn't suit you. Also, spread your legs a little wider to gain more balance." "Yes, spread your legs." He told the dragon to shut it, and sighed. "Giving out free advice, Ray?" Demelza asked, her amused smirk making him believe she knew exactly what his mind thought of their little human rider. "That's not like you." It wasn't. He excelled in fighting because he knew everyone's weakness. Alerting them of their errors wasn't his usual policy. "Perhaps you've already perfected your style," he lied. There were plenty of ways Elsa could improve, but as much as he liked her, despite the fact that they were the best of friends, he wouldn't wish to see her growing stronger. It went against the principles of most kings. He'd empower a potential enemy. Demelza's family had ruled before his, and they would rule again if he ever failed. A while ago he hadn't believed it mattered. Since that council meeting where a bunch of idiots had almost sent an innocent girl to the dungeon because of their fears or their agendas, he understood what it meant to be king. His kingdom's very soul rested on his shoulders, and he didn't want to see it changing hands. So, regardless of any history or affection, everyone who had a claim to his crown was a potential enemy. Everyone. Except the human-born woman standing in front of him. This one, he and his dragon were in agreement about. She was safe. She was theirs. At the back of his mind, he reminded himself of the claiming, and thoroughly ignored his own warning. It mattered not. They could have her just the once before his fate was sealed, couldn't they? Yes, the beast told him, baring his teeth in a resemblance of a smile. Just once. Ray sighed, wondering why his own damn dragon thought he was foolish enough to not hear him lie. Chapter 11. wild. The claiming was finally upon them, and the palace was abuzz with energy. Xandri allowed Demelza's maidservant, Galdia, to dress her hair, while she watched the women of Farden stream across the drawbridge and into the arena, their cutlasses, broadswords, rapiers, and flail maces borne proudly on their shoulders. It was going to be a bloodbath. She could only pray her dear friend was ready to slice and dice her way through the competition. Galdia, a heavily pregnant maid, rattled on as if she didn't have a care in the world. "We shall call the child Galden after me, if he's a boy, and Aaron after my mate, if she's a girl." The truth of the matter lay between them, unspoken, but Xandri felt no weight, no dread, no foreboding from the maidservant. Galdia faced her own possible death with such cheer, it was an inspiration. There was a knock at the door, and before Galdia had moved to open it, Demelza stuck her head into the room. "Got a sec?" Xandri waved her in, surprised and delighted to see her friend. She would have thought that she'd be out of door, down to the arena, surveying her competition. "Close your eyes," said Demelza. Trusting her friend implicitly, she did as she was bid, and heard the door squeak on its hinges, then the swish of Demelza's arms against her steel breastplate. But there was another, gentler sound, a padding of giant paws. She felt her adrenaline tick up. No, it wasn't possible, right? She hardly dared hope. She'd made the journey between the Var and Farden almost a day of flight. It already blew her mind that Demelza had made such a trip every week to meet her. Her friend wouldn't have gone that far and back just for an animal. "Open," said Demelza. And there he was. She hardly could believe her eyes. Claws, her darling tiger cub, pressed his head into her lap, purring up a storm. "I figured he needed you as much as you need him, but I'm telling you, think twice before loading a tiger onto your back. The guy has gained some serious muscle." "How on earth did you bring him back all the way?" "Well, I had to coax him into a cage. And he didn't like that very much, but each time I said that he'd see you again, he relented a little. Vincent came with me, and Ray officially authorized it so that the elders wouldn't fret overmuch. We convinced them tigers were common pets nowadays." As Demelza spoke, all smiles, Xandri ran her hands over Claw's massive shoulders, marveling at how much he'd grown. "I owe you." The words were failing her. "Whatever, whenever. This kindness means I'll hide a body with you, if you so require." "I shall recall that pledge, Alexandria. When I say the word, bring the shovel. Right, I really ought to show my face now. See you down there." Demelza pecked her on the cheek and marched out of her room. "What a beauty," Galdia said, bringing a hand close to Claw's silken fur. A low growl warned her away, and she wisely retracted it before his jaw could close on her fingers. Claw's was a softy, to her, and to Demelza by extension. The rest of the world she wouldn't vouch for. "You look quite fierce, strolling in the arena with a wild beast by your side," she told her. "You think I can bring him with me?" Galdia just shrugged. "Can't see why not, so long as he doesn't take to dragon flesh. The king allowed it, or so the mistress says. Now let's get that silly dress off. If you're going in with a tiger, might as well thoroughly look the part." Xandri was relieved when the woman found soft leather breeches, a tunic, and a silver-trimmed coat to adorn her. It was still noble attire, she could tell. There, much better. It was, and more comfortable, too. Xandri's reflection showed the woman she'd known for her first 25 years and 7 months on Urtia, but her bushy hair was soft and elegantly plaited to one side of her face. Her green cloak was a deep teal rather than an almost grey, and there was no hole or dent that she could see. Just an upgrade on good old Xandri. "Now, do you need me to show the way, or will you find the arena?" "Down to the town square, right, and downhill," she recited, and therefore was allowed to go on her way unescorted. A little later she realized her error. Perhaps having someone with her might have saved her from quite so many glances. Everyone she passed stared at her like she'd grown a second head. At first she thought it was because of what she was. The human His Highness had brought to their kingdom was bound to cause some talk, but when she'd almost made it to the arena, a child detached his little hand from his father and trotted towards her. The entire crowd seemed to hold its breath. So, that was what they were wary of. Her tiger, not her. She shook her head. There went her assumptions. "Avgar!" the father yelled, rushing to their side, but the happy little boy reached them too quickly. Xandri dropped to her knees and kept her hand firmly on Claw's head, fixing him under her gaze. The animal couldn't literally roll his eyes, but his expression said it all. "Really?" he seemed to ask. "You think I'd eat a cub? Idiot." "Hey there," she smiled at Avgar, who blushed and showed off his set of dimples. "His name is Claws, and he likes it best when he's scratched between the ears." Avgar asked shyly, "Can I?" Could he? She thought so. She wasn't quite 100% certain, though, and testing her belief with a 6-year-old may possibly not be the best of ideas out there. "I believe you may. Approach slowly, all right?" The crowd circling them released their breath alongside her when Claws leaned into the child's touch and released a deep, happy growl that wasn't a purr. "He doesn't have the presence of a pet," a man close by told her. She thought she recognized him. She'd seen him with a handful of well-dressed officials Demelza had told her were the elders of the realm, the wise men who formed the king's council. This is a wild animal, and yet he listens to you. She shrugged. "I cared for him as a cub." The man nodded, deep in his thoughts, but a woman, dressed in armor, visibly ready to fight for the king's hand, pulled his sleeve before he could add anything else. "Nathos, they've called for registration. We're already late." They went on their way, and so did Xandri. Ran, the child's father, accompanied her, as Avgar wouldn't be parted from his newfound furry friend. "So is it true that you hail from the Northern Var?" someone asked to her left. "Are you really 100% human?" someone else tried. She replied, and just like that the matter was closed. Introductions followed an invitation to sit with them. Xandri did have a place reserved with the nobles, but she refrained from saying so, and went with them, glad to have some company. "I'm a half-blood," a woman who'd introduced herself as Lucy said. "Bear and dragon. It's not unusual around there. There's plenty of bears amongst the guards, and a few wolves, too." "So it's not only a dragon kingdom?" "It's a shifter kingdom," she replied with a shrug. "The dragons just rule it, and with good reason. Don't get me wrong, we're all tough. I can take any elf, any fae, and most fiends you throw my way, but only dragons can fight dragons and live to tell the tale." Xandri frowned. Did Demelza downplay her skills that much with her, then? Because while she still lost against her, it wasn't by much. "Oh, we better pay attention. The claiming's starting." Chapter 12. Lily. Everyone's head was turning towards the tribunes high above, adorned in red and gold. The king's, she guessed rightly. As Ray soon appeared, an elegant cloak carelessly thrown over his shoulder and a long scroll in hand. "This is the first moon of the 9th month, and, as the elders have dictated, the claiming tournament shall commence." He looked at the scroll, and a deep frown marred his expression. Then a few people gasped and others laughed as the king closed the parchment and threw it behind his shoulder. "That was long and boring. It's a hot day. Don't forget to drink plenty of ale and have fun. Betting is outlawed, which is bloody stupid if you ask me, because it means we can't tax it. My friend Wendar over there is probably running some illegal gambling, if you're keen." He waved to a man who got up and bowed deep as everyone laughed. "Old boy, put 1 coin on the pretty blonde, would you?" Xandri smiled and shook her head. She'd never seen or heard of a noble behaving that way. So refreshingly. He tamed the goofy smile. No, she wasn't going to find him charming on top of everything else. She wouldn't. "Now, let the damn claiming begin." The light-heartedness didn't last. Xandri had never seen such violence. Sure, there were battles in the Northern Var, and she'd been witness to amputations, lethal gashes, and beheadings, but the sheer bloody rage these women brought to the arena was a sight to behold. Some bouts lasted many long, heart-clenching minutes, but most were over in a couple of swipes of a well-trained sword. It was obvious that the claiming was skewed in favor of the nobility, as Demelza had told her. It was they who had the superior weapons, the dedicated trainers, and the time to hone their craft to a point. The women of the lower class limped, crawled, and hobbled out of the ring, their dreams of queenship in tatters. Demelza took her turn in the ring. From the moment she raised her flamberge, she comported herself with skill and dignity. The flame sword was known for its wicked reverberations, but Demelza wielded it as though there weren't 1,000 jolts of reverb travelling up through the hilt and into her shoulders. She was an artist. Neither did her friend go for the easy victory. She fought with passion and precision, but invited her opponents to strut their stuff. Demelza had explained her strategy to Xandri, and she was visibly sticking to it. She was going to fight to send a signal that she was not to be fucked with, but she saw no need to humiliate anyone who had the guts to appear before the highest in the land and fight. Their families were in the stands. These women would have to go home and tell tales of battling for the king's hand. She wanted them to do so with pride. No one who fought her left the ring demoralized or with more than a scratch. She danced with them until they relented, then bowed as they exited. No surprise, then, that she was the crowd's favorite. Demelza had won every bout she'd fought, and come out top of her ranking when she was paired against the statuesque blonde Xandri recognized, the one who'd led that councilman away from her earlier. The crier identified her as Saskia Zaxan. Saskia was clearly of noble birth. She held herself in a way that made that clear, and she wore shining armor that made Xandri smile. Honestly, these things that all these women, her friend included, were adorned in could hardly pass as armor, come to think of it. It was made of metal, sure, but it seemed crafted to flatter their figure rather than to stop a blade from piercing their skin. Saskia's was worse. Most of her breasts and stomach were exposed. Xandri wondered if it was she that the king had meant when he'd said he wanted to put money on the pretty blonde, and right then she wanted the woman to lose. Badly. Not that it would make a difference. To win the first round, they simply had to win one single fight. She'd bet anything that the woman had won her fair share. "Saskia," Demelza greeted, bobbing her head. "You look well." They knew each other, then. The other woman sent a stiff nod her way in response, without saying a word. There was some history there. The crowd must have felt the tension, too, for a hush fell upon them that did not lift when the women each selected their weapon for the bout. Demelza took up her beloved helmet-breaker, with its sharp, dirk-like point, while Saskia went for the more predictable, yet just as efficient, longsword. Both women clearly meant business. They began in a blur of silver, so fast it was almost impossible to see who had the upper hand, or whether either of them was injured. For the first time that day, the bout went long. Demelza and Saskia lunged and pricked, dodged and parried, swung and slashed and swiped at each other with heaving grunts and cries. The stands were awash with onlookers screaming for Demelza. Out of the corner of her eye, Xandri saw a flower. A gorgeous orange lily soar over their heads and into the ring below. It was meant as a tribute, but Demelza turned her head, no doubt checking to make sure no one else had entered the fight. As Demelza turned, Saskia charged, her sword ripping through Demelza's sleeve and slicing her arm. Red. Demelza was bleeding, and not just a little. Fuck. The crowd was on its feet, screaming for justice. Xandri didn't question her actions. First, she turned to Claus and told him, "Stay." Then she leaped to her feet, took 3 steps, and launched herself over the barrier and into the ring, then threw herself in front of her friend, shielding her from further assault. Demelza would do the honorable thing. She would acquiesce if she'd lost. But no one should be permitted to take her down with villainy. Chapter 13. The Replacement. Not a second after Saskia skewered Demelza's arm, Ray was on his feet and halfway out of the royal enclosure. Bad enough that there had been blood spilled in his name, but his friend being slashed when her back was turned was more than he could bear. Nathos held him in check, his fist tight around Ray's arm. No words were necessary. It wouldn't do for him to show favoritism today, even though Demelza was easily the darling of the hour. Royal lines had been toppled with less provocation. The crowd gasped, and, looking back at the ring, Ray saw why. Xandri. Of course, Xandri. He wasn't even surprised. She'd vaulted from the stands, jumping down without fear, and when the angry, full-fledged dragon warrior advanced to finish her fight, she stood between the woman and her prey. A white tiger roared in the stands, pawing at the lip of the ring, threatening to join in. Xandri held up her hand and spoke a word Ray couldn't catch. Her animal sat, his eyes on his mistress, but made no further move to defend her. Nathos was at Ray's side, begging the king to remain in the royal box. The problem was a technical one, he explained. Had play been halted or not? It's that simple. The Code of Combat Conduct dictated that no person be permitted to strike a blow if the bout was halted. Saskia was screaming foul. Her claim was that there had been no signal, no sign from the marshal that there was a break in the proceedings. "I struck in good faith," she bellowed. Unfortunately, she was right, but Demelza had been distracted by an outsider, which was also outlawed. The elders huddled around Ray, urging him to resume play, but Demelza was injured, badly. Her arm hung limp at her side and ran red, and he longed to end the whole damned mess. He knew she'd kill him if he interfered with her ability to determine her own fate, though. Then again, he couldn't let her continue with a slashed arm. His heart stopped for a beat, as it often did when his eyes fell on the dauntless human in the pit, but it wasn't lust that fired burned inside him now. It was hope. Struck by an idea, a stupid idea he couldn't quite formulate, Ray whispered in Nathos's ear. His counselor beckoned a squire and relayed the order. Xandri bound Demelza's arm with strips torn from her own blouse and took up her sword. She glared at Ray from below. It wasn't something he was accustomed to, but the woman was clearly challenging him. Her defiant stance dared him to order her to step away. She had run afoul of the rules by entering the ring, but the fact that she didn't break eye contact signaled she didn't give a good goddamn about their laws. She loved Demelza, and he had no doubt that she would take her place in combat in a heartbeat. The question was she allowed to? And would she survive it? Against anyone else, he would have thought that she had a chance, at least, but it was Saskia, Nathos's niece. The woman had a reputation for being fierce and bloodthirsty. His instincts were torn. He rebelled against all possibilities. He didn't like endangering Demelza or endangering Xandri, but he had a choice to make. One woman or the other. The squire returned to the royal box with a tome 3 hands thick. Nathos and his cronies broke the book open and pored over its contents. Ray continued to watch Xandri, who continued to stare at him, but he had one ear on the debate raging behind him. "Any creature, be they dragonborn or nay, carrying dragon blood in their veins is eligible to enter the claiming, Alfot read, an elder known for his love of the law. A councilman sucked his teeth, the way he always did when something irritated him. She's no dragon. The law is clear, Alfot stipulated. She need only have dragon blood. But she doesn't shift. There are dragons aplenty who do not shift, Vincent among them. It is not a barrier to her entering the fray. This is the law. Ray sighed, wondering if they were going to be there till winter. Gods knew the elder could argue for days, but Nathos surprised them all. Let's stop kidding ourselves, he begged. She's a dragon rider. Test her blood if you must. You'll find ether and fire aplenty. Ray turned to his adviser, who held his hand up in surrender. We'll talk of this another time. Let's resolve this matter first. What might the king have to add to a decision that lacks precedent? Ray found his lips curving and his chest lightening. How unexpected and perfect. The law is the law, and the law is clear. If the woman has dragon blood, as you say, she may fight. He sat and turned his eyes down towards the pit, focusing on hers. Let her fight for me. The king has spoken. Indeed he had. He'd allowed the woman he couldn't chase away from his mind to enter the tournament that may make her his. If she won the fight, she was in. He didn't release her from his gaze, eyes narrowed almost threateningly. Don't mess this up, he wished he could say. But as no private words could be exchanged now, he did the only thing a king could do without causing an uprising. Alexandria hasn't brought her weapons and isn't appropriately attired. He drew the two swords buckled at his belt and threw the first towards Saskia. Melnak, the Deathbringer. It has killed 1,000 men and is still just as sharp and just as thirsty for blood. Then the second was planted at Xandri's feet. No one would know what it meant, not even her. Laria. It's lighter. Some chuckled. Others were offended on her behalf, believing he'd written her out, thinking he'd given her nothing more than an oversized letter opener. Laria was made of gold, and looked small, even pitiful, perhaps. It was also his mother's blade, an elven-made, magic-infused sword he valued dearly. Part of his treasure. Vincent and Demelza turned to him, visibly shocked. They recognized it then. Fight with heart and honor. They did. Saskia lunged first, and that was all it took. The two of them were a whirlwind of wild weaponry and skill on both parts. The dragoness knew how to comport herself with grace, and Xandri knew just how to get under her skin, avoid her blows, and gain an inch with moves that weren't quite the form. Ray smirked as she tripped the fire-breather, using the knowledge he'd shared. Saskia hadn't paid attention to her balance. The women were strangely matched, but after a full 20 minutes of unstinting swordplay, Xandri used Saskia's speed as she lunged, moving at the very last second and backing her up against the wall of the pit, holding Laria at her throat. Concede, she growled low, and Ray grew hard. Saskia nodded and let Melnak fall to her side. Holy fireball. Xandri was the victor. The stands exploded in celebration. An upstart had upset the apple cart. Most of them knew she was human, yet fought her way to the next round. She was the only person without a drop of noble dragon blood who'd made it. Ray stood and threw his cape over his shoulder, calling an end to the day's play. He knew Xandri, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, her mouth wet and wild, was going to haunt his dreams again, but for once he wouldn't chastise himself for it. She was in the running. And who knew? It would take a lot of training, but she may just win herself a king. Chapter 14. Dance. Xandri watched with a wince as the nurses dressed Demelza's wound, wishing that Talia was there again. The combination of golden seal and comfrey crushed into the healing poultice they used reminded her of her sister. They could have used a healer with Talia's powers right about now. The gash Saskia had carved into Demelza's arm was deep. She wanted to be sure it didn't get infected. They'd both been green-lighted into the quarter-finals of the claiming, and she knew Demelza would rather chop her own arm off at the joint than throw in the towel and let the women of the court lord it over her. Dragons were apparently very proud, and perhaps a little stupid, too. "We only have a month to get you fighting fit. I'll have one of our mages look at it. They'll speed the healing along." Xandri turned away, the better to hide her misgivings. She was almost as worried for her own performance as she was for Demelza's. There were only 10 contestants left in the claiming, herself, Saskia, and Demelza included, but they were fearsome women with serious battle skills. The celebrations following the first tournaments did manage to entertain her and keep her mind from everything else for a few hours, but in her state, Demelza wasn't in attendance, and Xandri felt awkward in the middle of a melee of strangers. Once the singing began in earnest, she and Claus slipped away from the festivities. She needed some time to think. They made their way to the Hanging Gardens, on the south side of the palace grounds. No one would be there this late, and there was a fragrant peace about the place that she found calming. She sat under a lilac bush so large it resembled a tree, her hands running over Claw's fur. She searched herself for a reaction, and found her newfound pride was tinged with sadness. She smelled him before she saw him, his scent unmistakable. The king was close by, for crying out loud. She scrabbled but only managed to get to her knees. "I don't mean to disturb you," he said. Xandri found her feet and stood. "I was just leaving." She didn't want to interrupt what small private time the man might have. "I came to thank you, personally," he said. "Elsa is a good friend of mine, and it wouldn't have done to see her fight in her state. Taking her place was incredibly brave of you." After a small pause, he smiled and said, "Can't be saying all that in public without Nathos going off half-cocked about protocol and procedure, but you showed both skill and guts out there." Xandri smiled, but she knew it wasn't quite reaching her eyes. He caught it right away. "You'll forgive the presumption, but you seem, I don't know, sad," he said. The man was unfortunately perceptive. She took a deep breath. She might as well befriend him. She lived here now, and as she had no inclination of ever returning to Malik, and belonged anywhere else, she needed to be able to talk to the man without falling over her own damned tongue. "I come from a family of mages," she said. "Elsa said as much." "I was the family embarrassment." Ray raised his eyebrows, inviting her to go on. "I had no powers, no magics, nothing they could add to their arsenal of offerings, so I was little more than their maid." She looked away, determined not to tear up. "And now I have magics, and I don't know what to think of it. Perhaps I resent it for not having it before." Ray was silent, so she thought she might have bored him to death, but just when she was about to make her excuses and leave him in peace, he told her, "Sorry, I'm rather useless when it comes to making people feel better. I can distract you, though." Ray stepped towards her, and her blood bloomed through her entire body, threatening to undo her. She'd be a puddle at his feet if he so much as laid a finger on her. She wanted to launch herself into his arms and mash her mouth into his, but she had better sense. He reached, grinning, for her shoulder, and everything inside her just died. But Ray only grabbed the sword strapped to her back and presented it to her with a ceremonial flourish. "Come at me," he said. Xandri was flush with relief. He meant to fight her, not touch her. Well, she could certainly use the practice and the distraction. She didn't need to be told twice. She came at Ray with all she had. There was no doubt that the king was more powerful than she, Demelza, Vincent, and anyone else she'd ever fought. The way he moved was nothing short of art, a lethal dance. Each of his moves could have killed. "Wait, please," she begged, holding her hand up, and the man stopped, tilting his head. Xandri retraced his steps, trying to make her muscles remember the way he moved, learn his magical steps. It was awkward. He refused to acknowledge that the natural course was to walk forward. Instead, he seemed to follow a certain chaotic pattern. Then it hit her. It was a dance, meant to confuse his adversary. She was pretty certain it worked. "You follow certain steps." "Very good. You may be the first to have worked that out. I might have to kill you so you don't share my secret," he whispered, standing so close she could feel his warmth. "Or, mister, you could just show me how to do it too. Right, left, left, behind, right, forward, forward, left." She tried, but he stopped her, his hand on her hips as he stood close behind her. Then he really danced with her. "Follow me." And she did. All night she danced. It was dawn when he took her to her room. "Alexandria?" "Xandri," she corrected automatically. "You have a real chance at winning this if you follow Vincent's tutelage." She opened her mouth and closed it. Her goal until then had been attempting to stay alive while fighting dragonesses, but the king spoke of her winning? Did that mean he wanted her to? Wishing to calm her nerves, she snuck into the eastern wing of the palace the next day, tracking them to their training grounds, only to freak herself out when she saw what they were capable of. She wasn't just out-muscled. They had moves she'd never even read about, let alone seen in person. "Chill," Vincent told her, appearing out of nowhere by her side. "You're going to be just fine." "Vincent, they're dragons, as in real dragons, the kind that have scales and can breathe fire. What if one of them shifts in the middle of a bout and sneezes on me? I'll be toast." She wanted it to sound light because she didn't want to offend her friends, but hell, it was seriously scary. Vincent shook his head in response, putting his hand on her shoulder. "Two things. First up, they're not going to shift in the middle of battle. It's bad form, and they'd be vulnerable for close to a minute while they were shifting. You can knock that off your worry list. Secondly, you already faced the fiercest amongst them, and won. You ain't all that puny, you know." Xandri punched him playfully on the arm. It was great that he could make her laugh at herself. "That being said," he added when she was almost reassured, "Saskia did underestimate you. She didn't use the extent of her skills because, not unlike Demelza, she isn't one to want to humiliate her opponents. She won't do it again. You'll need more training, more endurance, and more understanding of dragon magic so that you may use your strengths adequately." Xandri nodded, determined to do whatever it took to keep her head on her shoulders. "You're going to trail me for a month. Everywhere I go, you go, and you fight alongside me." "But," Xandri was frowning, "aren't you one of the king's personal guards?" She knew he'd been allotted 2 hours a day to train Demelza, but giving her all of his attention would surely call him away from his duties. Vincent laughed. "Trust me when I say the king won't be an issue." Chapter 15. Old Tales. The man had avoided him skillfully for close to a week, and Ray had let him at first, too busy to chase him around the city. But on the 6th day, after the claiming, Nathos came to him, armed with a dozen old manuscripts. "I had to hunt these down," he informed him in guise of a greeting, dropping the books on his tidy desk. Then his advisor took a seat behind his desk and started to tap his fingers on the wooden armrest, visibly anxious. Ray let him take his time. So, the king echoed, wondering if the usually collected elder had sniffed pixie dust. "Revealing what I'm about to say goes against the king's order, as well as my personal vow to my own father." Ray didn't bother pointing out the obvious. He was the only king of their people. He knew their nature didn't allow them to carelessly renounce a vow, even when those they swore to were gone. He could have meant any king he'd lived to see, Ray's father or Demelza's grandfather. "I order you to speak." There was no heat behind his words. He was just allowing Nathos to say what he needed to without feeling like he shouldn't. "I was born 992 years ago, just after the rift. You see this city and call it a jewel. I see pain and suffering. I recall a time when it was a pretty hill, when we had nothing and we camped. The men, and the boys as soon as they were old enough, hunted, not only for food, because they also had to keep the vermin at bay. These lands belonged to those who had no place elsewhere, orcs, goblins, and worse. The children, the women, everyone else, gathered wood, stones, and whatever we could put our hands on. I was born in a tent. By the time I was 20, we had roofs above our heads to shelter us from the rain. Ray did feel rather foolish for always thinking that the old man took him for a youth. Right now, he'd made him realize that was exactly what it was. Those days, talks of riders weren't outlawed. On the contrary, we lived for the tales of our glorious times. We spoke of our great deeds around campfires and whispered all these stories to children before bed. My own mother had a rider, a human woman, not unlike your Xandri. I'll tell you more about her in a moment. I grew up thinking that one day, if I was just strong and brave enough, I could very well find my own rider. That made no sense, so he admitted, "I don't think I understand." Nathos smiled kindly, shaking his head. You weren't told. The dragons inside us are darkness, shadow, and we, their human counterparts, are ether. We balance each other out. Rider is just a common term for other beings who have been blessed by ether or shadow. Together, our races were so powerful the rest of the world didn't even need to consider whether they needed to bow before us. They knelt. Our ruling family has always been attached to ether riders, so we were good, merciful rulers. But there always were others, those who wished for war. The rift is their doing, and so is what occurred after. The smile was gone. Nathos looked out the window, but to Ray it seemed like he was seeing a completely different world. There was a man, not much older than me, who left our town for days, sometimes, just like Demelza did. None of us were worried. We aren't what anyone would call a weak race, and amongst us he was one of the strongest. "He found his rider," Ray guessed. His advisor nodded in response. He did. An elf, born to bitterness and malevolence. They'd bonded, and he convinced Marek that what we had built wasn't enough, that dragons could claim their own kingdom, steal it from the claws of a weaker race. Marek. I know this name. He'd heard it time and time again. He went to form Absolia, taking those who would follow with him. What the history books wouldn't have told you is that he also destroyed everything on his way until he'd found a kingdom he thought worthy. They also don't tell you that half of our kind went with him, giving in to their shadows and breaking up family bonds. After this, the nobles voted that those who didn't already have their riders shouldn't seek them. We stopped speaking of them because while it's easy to recall all the good, the riders we find can be evil, too. Ray thought of Xandri and suddenly understood the elders. He attempted to see past his attraction to her and wondered if she could possibly be ruled by darkness, but all he saw was her smile. "Alexandria is ether-born, my king," Nathos told him, and Ray released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding on to. It's easy enough to see. Anyone with high elemental magic possesses both forces, ether and shadow. While making use of one, they retain the other. That means that she pushes golden magics out, and there's some dark mist surrounding her when she does it because she retains shadow. Precisely. Shadow mages retain ether. When she first arrived, we knew nothing of her, but we've observed her since. She hasn't used much magic, but each time she does it that way. Thank all heavens, as he didn't think it would have mattered if Nathos had told him the exact opposite. Ray was ridiculously attached to her, something he didn't quite understand, but he felt the pull down to his soul, down to his beast. With his next breath, Nathos somehow explained why. I've written these manuscripts over the years. They contain the tales of my childhood, and you'll read plenty about riders, as I was quite fascinated with them for a time. But I'll answer your main questions now. Riders, as far as I know, always form a bond akin to a familial tie, a brotherly bond, with their dragons. Often they're of the same sex. But riders do pair with dragons, always have. The instant they form a bond linking them to our race, one dragon feels drawn to them, and every single time they form a bond, and their children are the most powerful of us all. I'm born of a rider. My father. You're born of one too. Your mother was my mother's rider. No way. My mother lived hundreds of years. She couldn't have been human. He'd lost her when he'd been 40, but she hadn't aged a day, like the rest of their race. She was a rider, my king. They're blessed with the gift of longevity, like their dragons. Again his thoughts went back to Xandri. Back in the day, our races were completely mixed with the rest of the world, thanks to our riders, and women rarely died in childbirth. As the time has passed and our blood has dwindled, our children have become weaker. With each generation, things get worse. The rest of the councilmen and I have talked about bringing up the subject for decades, telling you about riders, but we were bound by an oath. I'll admit that a part of me was relieved when I saw you landing in front of the castle with a human on your back. Change was bound to happen. Alexandria was bound to come to us. His chest hurt, and the dragon inside him wanted to burst out, because he had a right to feel the cravings, the need to be closer, and to know more about a stranger, something that had driven him mad. Then he laughed humorlessly. Too fucking bad you had to call for a bloody claiming, then. Nathos smirked. Yeah, my bad. That's still going to be fun to watch, though. Dick. Are you taking a break? No, she wasn't. She was just pretty slow at doing her 221st push-up. I think I hate you. In fact, I know I do. He just laughed. Come on, gal, 29 to go. We haven't got all day. Vincent hadn't been kidding when he said he was going to push her to her limits. He had her doing squats, thrusts, free weights, and jump rope 5 hours a day at first. Then he started to give her various weapon training, and on top of it all, she followed him throughout his day. The first time, she'd felt shy, inadequate, and exposed. Literally exposed. She wore one of these sets of armor which didn't make a bit of sense, metal barely covering her skin. You know my heart isn't covered, right? Nor my stomach, nor my neck. It basically is a sex kitten stripper outfit more than armor. Vincent just smiled. Seriously. Stand there for a minute. She obeyed, tapping her foot as her trainer walked a few feet back. Then, and without any warning, he pointed his hand toward her, and a long, violent, molten jet of fire rushed at her. Fear. She knew fear now. This would manage where the weapons of her people had failed. This could kill her. She felt it in her bone. She was confused and hurt that a man she'd seen as a friend would do this to her, but she didn't exactly have the time to ponder upon it. Instead, Xandri did the only thing she could do. She turned to run. Not in time. The dragonfire reached her and hit a wall, bouncing from it. She stayed still for an instant, and then yelled as loud as her lungs would let her as she launched herself at Vincent, kicking and screaming. The damn idiot was just laughing. Asshole. All right, calm down. I just wanted to show you my point. This medal you're wearing, all of us have some when we go to battle. It's called mail. It's best to have it in direct contact with our skin, but some are stupid and just have it on a shield. It's not meant to stop an arrow or a blade. These have never been our issues. They're made by our mages, and their one function is to stop dragon fire. Okay, so maybe, just maybe, that part made sense. She was too pissed to want to speak to him, because he could have just said so rather than frighten her within an inch of her life. However, she couldn't help but grumble, "That doesn't explain why it's basically covering as little as possible." She hadn't heard or seen him coming, but it was the voice of the king who replied, "I can explain that easily enough." She turned to find Ray Vasily walking towards her, smiling in a way that made her stupid little heart bounce in her chest. "This armor is crafted this way because they were made by men." His piercing eyes scrutinized her from the tip of her toes to her shoulders, and he looked directly into her damn soul as he told her, "It suits you." Then, as though he hadn't just effortlessly made her swoon, he turned to Vincent. "We've delayed the hunt overmuch already. Is she ready?" "You want to bring her on a hunt? No, no way, no how." Well, that was offensive. Her hands on her hips, eyes narrowed, she interjected, "What's a hunt? And why can't I go? I'm supposed to stay with you." "You're supposed to stay alive. And you remember how you freaked out when I just threw you a tiny fireball? That's why you can't come." Ouch. That hurt. "Enough, Vincent," the king said. Then he took a step towards her, his height topping hers. "A hunt is just a way to say that the king is accompanying his knights, guards, and warriors on a patrol mission. We call it such because everything seems to happen when we monarchs show our faces. Those we want off our lands take it as a challenge. There will be a lot of violence, a lot of fights, and it will be dangerous. But you'll also learn more than Vincent can teach you within the safety of these walls. If you're ready, I'll have you accompany us." Wow, that was a pretty big thing, apparently. But he was asking her, directly, and despite her friend's disagreement. He was trusting her. She gulped. "I'd like to go." "Good," he replied, giving her a full-blown smile. "Demelza will accompany us, and you will stay between she and I. Vincent will be right behind us, along with a dozen guards, and 100 knights and 200 warriors. It won't be safe, but you'll live." He said it like there was no other alternative, and she found herself trusting his word. She'd live. Good. "Bring Laria with you." "Oh, I meant to give it back to you." She blushed because she had meant to, but she was also dreading it. She couldn't explain it, but she loved that damn sword like no other possession she'd ever had, all the while knowing it wasn't hers to keep. Probably because she'd never owned very much, except some clothes. She wore her necklace, but it wasn't expensive nor precious. She'd found a pretty blue stone one day, and she'd managed to make it a pendant with some metal strings and a bit of leather. Yet Demelza's very fine weapons, her impressive and clearly expensive jewelry, didn't make her feel anything. The sword was another matter. It was a great relief when Ray said, "A king doesn't take back what has been given, Alexandria." She loved her name on this tongue. He walked away, showing off that pretty arse of his again. "We leave at dawn. Catch some rest and get ready, both of you. We may be gone for days." She had no clue what made her do it. Could she plead insanity? "Wait." How fucking embarrassing. But it was too late because he did, in fact, wait. Her hands were shaking a little when she dropped her cheap necklace in his palm. "As a peasant, there is nothing I could give a king that a king may want to possess, but you offered something of great value to me, so here we are. A gift for a gift." She would have sworn that the king's eyes flashed gold, although they were usually grey. Then he laughed. He actually laughed at her. She was blushing with shame, but he chased it away immediately. "The first gift I received since I was a boy. I thank you. I shall treasure it." And to her absolute fucking shock, he then put it around his neck and under his shirt before finally leaving the room. "I may bath," Vincent said. "Oh, shush, I'm still mad at you." Then, because she couldn't make sense of just about anything that had just happened, she asked, "Do you think he liked it?" "I think he likes you. You couldn't be more wrong, Zandriastria of the Northern Var. There's one thing you could give the king that he greatly desires." She lifted a brow, and Vincent smirked. "Win the claiming." Chapter 16. Night. So, possibly, maybe, in theory, the king favored her. That didn't make much sense, but men weren't required to make sense, so the point was moot. What mattered was, what could she do with that new, shocking piece of information? And there was only one answer to that. Vincent had called it. Might as well admit it, at least to herself. She liked him too, so she had to win the claiming, or try her damnedest in any case. Dragon scales. How on earthia was she supposed to do that, exactly? Needless to say, she didn't sleep at all that night. After hours of staying in bed, attempting to doze off, she gave up and just walked out of the room and into the inner gardens, dragging a long shawl over her shoulders. 2 minutes out, she regretted her choice, wishing she'd picked her damn comforter instead. The morning breeze was freezing. "Just so you know, that nightdress is practically transparent, and I can see your nipples." Oh, holiest of shits. She hadn't noticed him in the dark, but, turning her head towards the direction of his voice, she saw his shifter eyes blazing. Ray was sitting in an alcove, his feet propped up on the wall, a book in hand. She'd always seen him in grand official clothing, but now he wore nothing but a plain vest and some brown pants. Probably what he slept in. Was she blushing? Yeah, she was totally blushing. "Weren't you the one who said something about resting?" He smirked, but didn't call her out on ignoring his first observation. "I have some fascinating reading to catch up on." "Yeah?" He beckoned her over, tilting his head, and she tiptoed over, feeling so strange when she got close enough to smell his scent and hear the beat of his hearts. 2 hearts, his and his dragon's. Demelza had explained that it was the way with shifters. To her, it just sounded like a hectic heartbeat that matched her own. He'd been smarter than her, taking a duvet with him, only it was folded next to a small pile of books. "Mind if I grab that?" she asked, shyly taking a place on the bench next to him. "Shame. I rather like the view," he teased, taking the cover and throwing it over her shoulders and down to her feet. As the cover was large enough for both of them, he pulled the other side over his legs. "Do dragons even get cold?" "That's a bloody stupid question. Of course we do. It just doesn't harm us." "You don't sound very kingly tonight." And she rather liked it. It felt like he was showing her Ray Vasily, the guy, not the crown. "Speak to the king from dawn to dusk. Dusk to dawn, you'll have to deal with me." "That's fair, and what shall I call you then?" "Whatever you wish. Now, look at this," he said, pointing to his book. It actually was more of a journal, written in a formal and elegant elvish hand. She could read it, her education had seen to that, but she ignored the words, her hand flying to the faded illustration that took over the right page. There was a woman, flying astride a dragon. The dragon wore a saddle, and the woman, gear that Xandri would see, would help make the journey comfortable. Long boots and padding on her inner pants. "This is perhaps the only record of history we have about your kind." "My kind?" "I'm not the best person to ask. Until you came, the elders kept all knowledge of dragon riders to themselves. They've only told me about you a couple of weeks ago. I've been reading." "This," he said, pointing to the woman. was my mother. She listened to him telling her about long-forgotten tales, and at some point she blinked. When she opened her eyes again, she was on her bed, and not alone. Xandri lifted her head from the king's chest, blushing furiously as she looked up to his sleeping frame. How very scandalous. "I can feel you looking at me," he grumbled groggily, making her laugh. Ray was so painfully beautiful she couldn't bring herself to stop, not even when he opened his eyes and stared right back at her. "How did this happen?" "Well, I was telling you of fascinating things that bored you to tears, so you collapsed on me. Rather than letting you freeze, as I wasn't leaving my blanket with you, I thought it wise to take you to your chambers, but when I dropped you on your bed, you wouldn't let go of my chest." Ugh, she hid behind her hands. Someone kill her now. Ray laughed and gently pulled her arms away. "None of that. I like to see your eyes." The man did very, very bad things to her poor heart. She wasn't well practiced in the art of flirting, and he, obviously, was a master of it. "I'll be in trouble if anyone sees us," she guessed, and the king smiled. "Not as much as I. I am, after all, the grand prize in a tournament. Let's not forget." How could she? His arm closed over her shoulders and pulled her back on his chest. "Dawn will be upon us in a few instants. I'll be king again. Until then, let us pretend." Pretend what? She could have asked, but there was no need. She knew. Vincent had been right, and the king favored her, although he wouldn't say as much. Now she'd never forgive herself if she didn't at least try her best to win that stupid competition. Chapter 17. Northway. Xandri didn't like to ask these days because everything she said was taken as command, but she shyly went to Sid, who did hear her request. Within 2 hours, the woman came back with her favorite pair of pants. She'd sewn pockets in the leather and padded them with rye. After seeing the drawing and hearing everything Ray had told her the previous night, she was itching to be just what he'd said she was, a rider. She wasn't sure how to bring it up with Demelza, though. That morning, she didn't have any spare time to think of it. The warriors were loading food, water, ale and medicine, spare clothing and other such things under the knight's guidance, and the guard was speaking strategy with their king. Xandri stood a foot behind Elsa while looking at the warriors, itching to make her muscles useful as her brain wasn't required. She wasn't sure where her place stood. Recognizing Luri, who waved a greeting, she took a step towards the warrior, only to be immediately called back. "Alexandria." Just her name. Ray didn't need to say more. She turned and hesitatingly stepped towards the close group of grand lords. Demelza must have sensed her unease. She put her arm around hers and squeezed. "You're to stay close to us. Our men are good and efficient too, but they've learned to take care of themselves in battle. You're new at this, and we have your back. At all times, I want you within arm's length." She really was dealing with the king now, but even he was looking at her with soft, warm eyes. She nodded and said, "Yes, sir," too. It seemed to amuse him, and the rest of the lords for some reason. "Right. I see your point about the south, and those borders are important, but our shields are still in place there. I want to go north." Amongst the 14 lords, 7 said north, 7 were for the south. Apparently, the fact that the king preferred north didn't count as much as she would have thought. They were after a majority, and everyone turned to her. She gulped. Her? She was to have a say in an important matter like this one? If the shield protecting the northern borders is down, that's where we have to go. North it is. Saddle up. She cleared her throat, and 15 pairs of eyes turned to her. "I'm bringing Claws. My tiger." It should have been obvious, as the animal stood by her side, leisurely scratching his ear, but she wanted it said. "Of course you are. It wouldn't do to let him eat half of my kingdom should he get bored in your absence. Make sure he gets on with your horse. Claus wasn't frazzled by much, and horses were no exception. The equine was another matter. "Shush, big poltroon," she said, holding his head and meeting his eyes. "He isn't going to harm you, you have my word." She carried on whispering until the horse stopped fussing. When she was done, she turned to find Ray observing her with a smile. "Well done." She just shrugged. "Animals have always listened to me." "Not that. You didn't ask permission. You told us what you intended to do, while talking to us." He pointed to himself and the rest of the lords barking orders at their respective divisions. Not many would have done the same. "Perhaps because others have more sense than I." She was just used to doing what she pleased. People certainly had given her orders before, and she had obeyed, cleaning things as she was bid, but no one had dictated what she did otherwise. No one had really cared to. "I have another theory." "Oh?" Ray winked. Damn winked at her, not caring about what it did to her poor little heart. "Ask me some other time." He rode away, but she called after him, "I thought I was talking to the king at this time." "And perhaps the king also enjoys teasing you." The trumpets sounded, and the retinue was on its way, a well-oiled machine ready for whatever action the wilderness threw into their path. The first part of their journey was uneventful, thankfully, as Xandri was too taken by the landscape for her eyes to pay attention to much else. These untamed lands were like nowhere else. They passed mountains, plains, lakes, and deserted cities at high speed. Soon the horses had to rest, and the men had to talk of what they'd seen. They'd expected to come across some sort of enemy by now. Even when the shields had been up, they hadn't been quite strong enough to keep every unwanted creature out there from entering their domain. The shields were meant to repel evil. Mildly foul vermin still got by. But there had been none. Her curiosity was so piqued by what she'd gathered from the talk around her that now she was relieved that the lords welcomed her presence. She could hardly have stayed away, wanting to hear their take on the matter. "There's something bigger happening. I just can't see why." She felt Ray's frustration down to her bones. "It definitely seems strategical." Nathos nodded. "You were right to go north, and we may want to leave a few warriors at Norda." "So that they may be crushed by whatever's coming for us?" Xandri scowled. "I think not." Oh, shit. She was probably not supposed to have said anything at all, let alone try to tell a dragon lord how to rule. Again the lords looked, and this time they laughed. "She'll make you a good queen," a man said, smiling. Her entire face was on fire right about now. "She's yet to win that right," Nathos reminded them, but his tone wasn't unkind. "However, she may make a decent wife to our king, regardless." Oh, well, that didn't make a blink of sense. "What did you just say?" The advisor shrugged. "I'd gathered you hadn't figured that yet. The claiming is simply a tournament where our women fight for the right to be queen. Nothing says that they have to bind themselves to the king." Holy hell. They carried on chatting about nonsensical things such as borders and evil and hunts, while her world spun off its axis. All of a sudden, she didn't have to fight a bunch of fire-breathers for the man she wanted. She could have him, if he would have her. She lifted her gaze to his, and he seemed as shocked, ignoring the rest of their party and staring right at her. Then the king smiled and lifted his hand, bidding her to take it. She didn't hesitate. He pulled her to him when she interlinked his fingers with hers and whispered, "The old man was laughing behind our backs this whole time, right?" Yep, he was." "I'm going to kill him." "Get in line." Chapter 18. Feral. So this was why they'd ignored his grumbling and his tantrums when he'd protested against them calling for a damn claiming. All along he'd had a choice. They'd simply wanted a queen so that the females may have their rulers, their alphas. Kings didn't rule women as well as they might, but they couldn't have cared less about whom he chose to share his den with. He could have her. He could have his rider. Alexandria was to be a Vasili, regardless of the results of a stupid tournament. The world didn't seem to care about the fact that his life had just changed or started to make sense. It carried on. There still was an entire undefended entrance to his kingdom, and evil plans at work. Before he could bring himself to return to these matters, he dropped his head to his mate's ear and informed her, "I'll marry you before the year is out." He wouldn't do it in the middle of the claiming. He could see how it would be bad form, but he'd be damned if he waited longer. Was there some sort of a question there? No, there was no question. "Do you want a big or a small celebration?" She chuckled against his chest. "We don't know each other. I don't know why it's happened, why I've been fixed on you from the very first time I saw you, in those dirty rags, but I knew then what I know now. You're mine." He'd noticed that his advisors had stopped talking, done pretending that they weren't paying attention to his whispered words. "And you're mine," Xandri repeated, holding on tighter to his hand. "So yes, I'll marry you before the year is out, and I'll also win this kingdom of yours, if I can." The king's kitchens did not do things by halves. The spread laid out on the forest floor included game pies, roasted venison. Ray dug through the kitchen hampers and handed Xandri a small, ornate box. "From Chef." Xandri lifted the lid to find a nest of dark chocolate bonbons. She'd told Chef they were the meltiest magic she'd ever tasted, but it never crossed her mind he'd do anything as sweet as sending her a private stash when she was out with the hunt. All eyes were on her. "Nope, not going to share," she said, and popped one in her mouth. "Just a little?" Ray's eyes, so cold sometimes, apparently could turn to molten skies and hypnotize her when he wanted something. "I'll remember this weapon of yours," she grumbled, reluctantly handing him a sweet. The laughter ricocheted off the tree trunks and filled the forest, but Xandri was suddenly on alert. It wasn't much, just a rustling of leaves in the general direction of the king, but her rune burned her hand, and she felt something rise in protest inside her. She drew Laria from its sheath and readied herself. Her tiger's ruff stood on end, his growls only audible to her. Something approached. She was sure of it. But just in case she was being a weirdo, she kept her mouth shut. Without warning, a dragon, if indeed that's what it was, towered over the king, gnashing and frothing. Something wasn't right. Its scales were tarnished, its eyes bloodshot, and its tail foreshortened into a spiked club. The vile creature reared up, its slobbering jaws wide. Xandri launched herself high over the guards, who scrambled for their weapons, hands greasy and mouths full, and plunged her knife into the beast's chest. The dragon thrashed and roared, claws grasping at his assailant, who yanked her knife from its bloody home and eased it under his bib, then into his trachea. The dragon slumped and sighed, all fight drained from his frame. An evil stench filled the clearing as the dying dragon's blood.
Sometimes all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
Blood flowed from the gash Xandri had made across his throat. Ray was at her side, rebuking her and thanking her and checking her for wounds.
"The ferals are evolving, perhaps even experimenting with new forms," said Vincent. "I've not seen the like before."
Strange ferals roaming their lands only added to their uneasiness. By nightfall, they'd reached the guard post of Norda, a tall, dark tower that didn't look like it had been built by those who'd created the Golden City. It was higher than any building in Telenar, and the curves and figures sculpted on the walls couldn't have been any more different.
"This is elf-made," Nathos said, answering to her creased brows. "Long ago we had an understanding with the elves of Arryn. They used to guard this post, and we, their borders past the Western Falls."
"What happened?"
"No one was guarding Norda now. They had their own wars to think of. We have no problem defending our own borders, but without a wall we can't do very much."
He pointed to a tower she could barely make out in the distance, on top of a high peak.
"There's the western post, and here," he said, pointing to the other direction, "is the eastern one. The ether shield made the 10 miles between these forts practically impenetrable to foul creatures, although some still came through. Lesser ones. Anyone who couldn't just waltz past had to go through our gate. Here, this was feasible, guardable, but 10 miles of land?"
She nodded her understanding. That shield was necessary for their safety. "And no one can redo it?"
Nathos shook his head, but Vincent, riding close, told her, "Well, you might someday, with the proper training."
She turned and grimaced at him, wondering what the hell he might be talking about.
"The wall was made by a rider and her dragon. Ray's mother, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Nathos?" The advisor yelled, "How many books did you steal from me?" "A few, am I right?" "Yes," he relented. "She did. But you may also have read that using that much power did kill the queen."
Silence reigned for a time after this, as Xandri turned that knowledge around her mind. She'd never been very fond of the idea of dying before her time, but a lifetime ago, in the dungeons, she didn't have anything to live for. Now it was different. But still, if she could ensure that the whole kingdom was safe? "Don't think of it." That came from Demelza. Lifting her head, she found multiple pairs of eyes staring at her, bearing the same expression. No one wanted her to even consider this. "I'm not really. I was just wondering how the wall may be rebuilt. If it could be done in small parts, perhaps with enough time I could—" They all felt it. The sudden, potent, brutal force that told them all that they had no time. Chapter 19. Shadow. It had waited for them. That much was clear. Why, otherwise, wouldn't it have made its move until now?
"All in formation,"
the king called, as a hooded, dark figure advanced from the woods, a mile out of Norda. It was only one person, and he shouldn't have felt such dread, but he did, and he wasn't going to ignore it. He, Nathos, Vincent, and Xandri may be the only ones who knew to fear what was happening when a dark mist appeared, projected out of the stranger's hand. His own frame was lit in gold, just what Vincent had described when he'd told them how their walls had been breached. They'd walked right into a trap.
"He wanted me here," Ray guessed. He means to kill us all."
He turned to Nathos, the only person with knowledge of such things. Could Shadow kill? Maim? Drive them insane? Whatever he'd planned, it wouldn't be good. He didn't want to find out.
"The bulk of us have to flee. When it reaches us, it will be too late. Demelza, change and take Xandri out of here. Ride south, don't look behind."
If he stayed, he'd give the rest of them enough time. He was surprised and relieved when the women obeyed without protesting. Elsa turned gold, and the woman he would never have jumped on her back. Ray breathed easy for about 10 seconds, but then He yelled as hard as he could, screaming at the two damn idiots who were going to get themselves killed. He should have seen this coming. Neither woman was good at listening to orders. Instead of going south, Elsa went north, landing atop of the guard tower, glowering, her scales turning black as they did when she was ready to spit fire. "Stay where you are!" Xandri yelled above them all. "You're not welcome here." The shadow walked forth, ignoring her. A chilled laugh filled the air. Elsa spit her dragon fire right at the advancing figure, but while it burned the plain, the stranger remained unharmed, its shadows keeping the fire at bay. Shit. Then, something did stop it. Gold. A fine golden mist flying from the same direction the flames had come from. Ray found Xandri surrounded by dark clouds and pushing ether right at their enemy. It was working. Not for long, though. Unlike the stranger, Xandri couldn't keep at it for long. She needs time and strength. Demelza can share some of hers, but that won't be enough. She's an apprentice without guidance going against a master. Nathos looked like he might burst if he attempted to think any harder. Chance. That won't help for long, but positive energy may help. You're proposing we cheer on her? You have a better idea? Ray roared at Vincent, who shook his head. Nope. Singing sounds great. Let's get to it, guys. They sang ballads and lullabies, feeling helpless each time Xandri stopped holding on, needing to catch her breath for a second. Each time, the hooded mage and its shadow advanced. To their credit, none of their men left, although they could have run south. All of a sudden, Demelza took flight, heading west. Before she'd even cleared half of the distance, Ray knew exactly what the two dumb women were up to. No! He'd lost his mother to this damn wall. Not again. Xandri couldn't hold the mage away, and she knew it. They were all going to die if she did nothing, so she'd chosen to give her life instead. It made sense. He just didn't want to fucking accept it. Damn woman! He shifted and let the erratic tiger crying after his mistress jump on his back before following after Demelza, flying right next to them. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, bully Demelza into turning back, but now he'd given in to his beast. His instincts told him a very different thing. Instead of shepherding them back to Norda like he should have, Ray found himself floating alongside them, quieting his own heart, his own everything, and pushing as much energy as he could through the link he felt there. The link shouldn't have existed yet without a mating bond, but it was inside him, and his beast had known it. The weak golden filigrees coming out of her hand went blazing gold, and he felt her breathe out easier immediately. He followed them back and eastward this time, feeling himself growing weak, but feeding as much as he could through the bond. If they died together, so be it. His own flesh unexpectedly regained some energy. That bond he did recognize. Vincent. He didn't have to turn to know that his cousin, though far from them and unable to fly, was also emptying himself of whatever life force he could spare, and sending it to him. Xandri may not have managed to rebuild the wall if the foundations laid by his mother hadn't been there, and she would never have managed to do half of it, untrained as she was, without his help, and Vincent's too. But between the four of them, they somehow did get a shaky, rocky, uncertain barrier going. By the time they were done, the dark figure had run back to its woods, chased away for now. Ray knew, without the shadow of a doubt, that it would come back. They didn't land as much as crash on the floor, but their men had their backs, so they felt free to collapse. It was nightfall before any of them woke up. Xandri was already up and sitting next to him when Ray regained consciousness. The first thing he did was cup her chin in his hand and growl a low, threatening, "Never again." She wasn't going to put herself in danger like this again. She just wasn't. The damn woman just laughed. Right, or every single time something comes at us, I'll just get better at kicking their asses. He had a few things to say about that, but first, and more importantly, he had something else to do.
His lips captured hers, finally, and devoured them, unwilling to let her go. Ever again. This was everything that mattered. He felt it down to his entrails, sealing their bond forever by right of flesh. "I'll wed you soon," he swore. "But when I get you home, I'm going to feast on you and fuck you until the morrow because, Alexandria, you're mine, and we're alive. Thanks to her." "I'm okay with fucking. Please. Pretty please?" The woman was going to be the death of him. Of that, he was certain. Nathos said their wall would hold. "You're sure? Because I basically had no idea what I was doing. I just pushed energy through the marks I could feel between each guard post." And that's exactly what it needed. Living energy. Joda did an incredibly powerful thing, but it was fading and she wasn't there to rekindle it. "We'll reform the guard here. But you did good. We're safe, thanks to you." By the time they'd made it to Tenalar, the word had somehow already spread, and they were greeted by the entire kingdom, kneeling before their king, their prince, princess, and their rider. Xandri looked awkward, but took the honor graciously, collecting each flower thrown at her on her lap. Then they were finally home, with 3,000 servants, 700 residents, and as many guests, but none of those mattered. He helped her down from her horse and wordlessly took her hand, leading her away. "My king," Nathos started. "Not now. Day off, 2 of them. Call me if the whole world burns." Chapter 20. Alive. He didn't think the world burning might actually have stopped either of them now. He had his hands on the woman that, not even a day ago, he might have lost. The woman who belonged to him. He wasn't gentle, and nor was she. Ray had only meant to kiss her before they'd reached his door, but she jumped on him and wrapped her long legs around his hips, plastering her heat against his. Groaning against her, he cursed out loud and pinned her to the closest wall, his hand seeking the warmth of her flesh under the fucking stupid armor. "You'll wear a shield next fucking time," he growled. He wasn't great at removing battle gear. People did these things for him. He made such a mess out of finding all the hooks and bolts that she somehow managed to stay dressed until he'd reached his den. They were both laughing at his door, but when he pushed it open, Xandri just gasped in astonishment. His lair took over the entire basement of the palace. For close to a mile, there was nothing but mountains of gold. Most knew of dragon sickness, and understood his need to keep his treasure where he could survey it. Many a time had he slept under the gold in his dragon form, instead of taking up the large bed, standing right in front of them. He realized that Xandri might want to have a say about the decorating, or, more likely, she'd have them move to a pretty, small room somewhere upstairs. The thought should have alarmed him, panicked him, but he genuinely didn't care. Whatever she wanted, he would give her. More shocking realizations came to mind. How long had it been since he'd counted his gold now, since he'd cared about it? No need to ask. He hadn't spared it any mind since she crash-landed into his life and changed everything he knew to be truth. He was obsessed with nothing and no one now, only her. There lay the cure for dragon sickness. "A little too much, right?" he said, embarrassed by his foolish display of gold. But she shrugged. "There's a bed. That will do very well." Good point. She pulled Ray's lips back to hers, and he bent to take her behind the knees and hold her back, carrying her to his unmade bed. There was just a tunic and a pair of pants on her now. Neither stood a chance. He had to battle her to remove her clothes, as she was just as determined to pull his from his limbs. Fuck. Her skin was so smooth, silky, milky, and perfect. He could have stared until the end of time, if only his woman hadn't wrapped her small hands around his shaft and pumped it, visibly intending to drive him to madness. she got it. Growling like the beast he was, he jumped to her, parting both of her legs as far as they could go, and buried his face in her soft mound of auburn hair, eating her folds. She screamed, yelled, begged, and screamed again, shouting his name so loud everyone in the castle knew their king was torturing his mate. He didn't stop, ignoring her pleas until warm slickness drenched his beard. Xandri was panting like she'd just run a marathon, and although 90% of his mind wanted to maim him for it, he did consider letting her rest. But he just opened his mouth to suggest such a thing when the woman pushed against his chest, forcing him to fall back on his mattress. "Let's give another meaning to Dragon Rider," she said, before straddling him and pushing his throbbing dick deep inside her. Where he belonged. He came quickly and wasn't even embarrassed by it. Right after emptying himself inside her the first time, he grew just as hard and took her from behind. The second time, recovering took 3 minutes. By the 10th or 11th time, they were both spent. They collapsed, wrapped into each other like they might perish if they didn't hold as tight as they could. Seconds later, as he fell asleep, Ray heard her whisper, "We're alive." Chapter 21. Fights. The morning of the claiming, there was a decided chill in the refectory when Xandri came down for breakfast. She'd gotten used to eating alone in her own quarters, but now that she was a contender in the claiming, she was to break bread with the women who'd won their preliminaries. Saskia, who Xandri had fought on Demelza's behalf, was icy and aloof, which was to be expected. Xandri had kicked Saskia's ass. She had every right to shun her. But the fact the other women were looking down their snooty snouts at her was a bit disconcerting. She could see them sneaking glances at her and tittering. One unabashed snot even cut her off when she reached for the tongues to ladle some black pudding onto her plate. It was no accident. The woman elbowed her way around Xandri, almost standing on Claw's tail. The tiger growled, low and menacing. "Keep your beast in check." The woman didn't even do her the courtesy of looking at her. "Don't mind them." The voice behind her was friendly, in total contrast to everyone else at breakfast. The woman, a burnished Amazon with hair of gold and eyes that danced and smiled, held out her hand. "Genevieve," she introduced herself. "I'm a friend of Demelza's." Xandri shook her hand. What was her problem, do you think? "The crowd loves you, and you're favored by the king," Genevieve told her. "But you can't expect your competitors to be happy that you're in the mix." Xandri was relieved that Genevieve was so frank. Pretending something wasn't happening when it clearly was only made for headaches and sleepless nights. Yet something deep down told her to be careful. She didn't quite buy Genevieve's friendliness. When they made it down to the arena, they were met by a clerk who said, "For this round, you'll be fighting guards from other houses." Xandri cocked her head. "How does that make any sense? No guards fight for the king's hand." "It's a test of skill. You'll be awarded points for technique." She nodded. Sounded fair, and she'd rather spar with guards, in all honesty. At least they didn't look like they'd enjoy bleeding her for fun. Xandri took her place in the competitors' pit, adjacent to the ring. Saskia was first to enter. She was fast on her feet, and Melnak, the blade the king had given her, sang. Xandri studied her. She had a tell. Right before she went in for the kill shot, she feigned right. Every time. That might be useful. The air was filled with grunts and clashes, punctuated by sighs and applause from the crowd. When Saskia and her opponent put up their swords, a page stepped forward with Saskia's score. 9 out of 10. Saskia nodded at Xandri as she passed, but it was more of a "screw you" nod than a greeting. Contestant after contestant took to the ring and was dispatched by the guards with ease. No one came close to Saskia's score. When Demelza finally stepped forward, Xandri felt her stomach clench.
Her friend assured her that her arm was healed and she'd be able to fight, but it had only been a month since Saskia had ripped into her, and Xandri was sure the palace mages didn't have half the skill her sisters had when it came to healing. She wanted to close her eyes and look away, but honor dictated she must not. Even if Demelza failed miserably, as the women who'd gone before her had, Xandri had to bear witness to her fierce spirit and total unwillingness to yield. Claus nudged his head under her hand, as he always did when she was tense. She was glad of his soft, warm presence, and did her best not to clench his fur in her fists each time the guard lunged at Demelza. She needn't have worried. Demelza was every bit the kick-ass warrior Xandri knew her to be. She fought with her usual ferocity and skill, and left the ring with a stunning score of 7. Not too shabby for someone with a gimpy arm, right? She teased her, amused by her worry. Xandri clutched Demelza and squeezed her tight. "I am so proud of you." Genevieve was up next. She smiled at Xandri and Demelza on her way past, and she shed her good girl image the second the flag was dropped. She went after her opponent with rage and skill. Xandri could hear Vincent, who stood behind them, exclaim, and it took a lot to impress her weapons instructor, so she knew Genevieve must be doing well. None of them were prepared for a perfect score, though. When the page held up her card and the crowd saw a 10, they went wild. Xandri felt her heart thumping way up in her throat. She stepped into the ring, determined not to disgrace herself. She'd do her best, damn it. She didn't need a 10. She just needed to get high enough to get through to the semi-final. She didn't dare look to the king's box, not wanting that distraction. She pushed the world out of her mind and drew her spirit in tight. The crowd fell away. Vincent fell away. Even Ray fell away. All she could see was her sword and her enemy. She lunged, she swiped, she tried to make the blade an extension of her arm, then her heart, remembering the dance Ray had taught her one night so long ago. Her footwork was shoddy compared to his. She missed as many times as she landed a hit, and she was a sweaty mess by the time the bout was over. She wanted to hang her head, but Demelza's words rang in her ears. "Show no weakness." She lifted her eyes to the royal box and waited on the page. The elders conferred for longer than usual. Was it possible to earn a negative score? She felt the shame rise and spread throughout her. The page stepped forward and turned over the card. The crowd exploded. Vincent ran into the ring and threw his arms around her. She could hear Demelza screaming her name, but she could hardly see for the tears. She'd scored a 9. The rest of the afternoon zoomed by in a flurry of knives and swords, lunges and feints, but by nightfall it was decided. She, Saskia, Genevieve, and Althara, a woman she hadn't even seen fight, were through to the semi-finals. Demelza didn't seem the least bit concerned. The songs of victory reverberated throughout the entire compound. Xandri was victorious, and the entire city, the entire kingdom, seemed to roar its approval. Chapter 22. The Ball. He didn't know whether no one had seen fit to warn him, or if he'd scratched the unfortunate event from his memory, but the next night they were to have a ball. The ballroom was decked out in its most sumptuous decor. The orchestra was in the galley, the fires roared, and the tables were piled high with truffle-drenched roasts and sculpted delicacies. Drinks were ladled from an ice-carved swan the size of a horse. By the time the king arrived, his guests were gorged and giddy, sweeping around the dance floor with some abandon. Xandri was at the very center of the melee. Ray tried not to stare, but it was impossible. She had come to the palace in a guard uniform too large for her frame. For the most part, she'd trained with Vincent in a dun tunic that did nothing to show the curves and contours of her frame. When she fought, she'd been resplendent in her armor, which, true, didn't hide much, and he'd seen her with nothing at all, too. But tonight, she had slid into a hip-hugging, curve-caressing slice of crimson silk that rippled as she moved, but clung to her thighs and arse in ways that made his heartbeat land squarely in his groin. Vincent twirled Xandri around the dance floor. How easy she looked in his arms. Ray choked back the jealousy, determined not to embarrass himself in front of the entire assembly. The woman was his. He knew it, Vincent knew it, the whole damn palace knew it after he'd made her scream his name. He turned his attentions to his partner, a lovely woman who had been struck dumb the minute he'd taken her hand. When the tune ended, he returned her to her seat, then took the hand of his next designated partner. He grinned when he saw who it was. "I would dance with my king." Elsa. The old friends took their places. Ray signaled the orchestra, and the two of them thrilled the room with a dance they'd invented when they were children. Though he couldn't see Xandri, he could smell her light and lively scent. As he turned Demelza through a simple box step, he caught a glimpse of that column of lustrous red silk, this time in Nathos's grip. He had to laugh. The man was about as elegant as a workhorse, but at least he'd been a good sport. He normally stayed on his seat. "You don't mind, do you?" He nodded at Xandri and Nathos, just as the man trod on the hem of his partner's gown. "Go, rescue her." Elsa rolled her eyes. Ray practically ran, incapable of staying away another second. He tapped Nathos on the shoulder. "May I?" The elder looked as if he'd just won some windfall at the card table. He couldn't have been more grateful. "Red becomes you," Ray said. He bent close and whispered in her ear, "But you should wear gold." She smiled, knowing how much he liked his gold after spending so many nights in his den now. But that was it. He just liked it. The only thing he was obsessed with these days was her. He felt her falter. Surely he hadn't done a Nathos and trodden on her hem. She sagged in his arms. He relaxed his hold on her, confused by her limp body. Her eyes rolled back in her head until only the whites showed. Her knees gave way, and she was slumped in his arms, entirely unable to support herself. "Andera!" he bellowed. The orchestra ground to a halt, and the dance floor was clear of guests in seconds. "Get me the head mage now. Tell her we will need a compound of willow bark and oak-burned brandy." Vincent was at his side. "You suspect poisoning?" Ray bent close and inhaled her breath. "I don't suspect it. I know it. That smell of rotting fruit." He lifted Xandri into his arms and stormed towards the door. "You'll find who did this, Vincent. Find them before I do." Because if he got his hands on them, they'd wish they'd never been born. Andera, their best mage, rushed to Ray's private chambers to administer the antidote to a recumbent Xandri. Ray had to hold her head back while the solution was trickled into her slack mouth. "If you'd been but a moment longer, sire, the lady would not merely be blue in the lips. She'd be laid out on a slab, colder than ice." Andera pressed a vial into Ray's hand. 3 drops, every hour on the hour, and no visitors. She needs rest. The mage left Ray's chambers. Never in 1,000 suns or 1,000,000 moons had he imagined Xandri would be on his bed, gold piled high about them, but on the brink of death, rather than ecstasy. He gathered her in his arms and held her close. He could not bear to think of her being cold. The shoulder strap of her dress slipped. He took it gently and returned it to that magical dip where her clavicle met her neck. He wanted, more than he'd ever wanted anything, to press his lips to the sweet hollow, but instead he rocked her and wished her back to health. "Red becomes you, but you will wear gold. Every day from this day forth, I don't give a damn about this tournament. I'd renounce the throne if that's what it takes. I just want you." He spent a fitful night, administering the antidote Andera had left him and checking Xandri's pulse. Little by little the color returned to her cheeks, her breathing deepened, and she shifted from her drugged state to plain sleep.
There was a light tap at the door, and Vincent let himself in. "Have you found him?" Ray growled. Vincent approached the king's four-poster bed. "I have my suspicions, but this is a capital offense. We don't want the wrong person to lose their head. I tread with caution, but I will bring the perpetrator to justice." Ray wanted to blast Vincent from one side of his lair to the other, but he was merely the messenger, and, in any case, he was right. It wouldn't do to part someone from their head, then find they deserved to have kept it. He grumbled and shifted his weight so that Xandri was balanced on his chest rather than his shoulder. Xandri stirred. Ray loosened his hold on her, propping her on the bank of pillows he'd arranged behind them. Xandri licked her lips. "My mouth tastes like some spiky rodent has crawled inside it and died." That made him crack a smile. If she could jest, she wasn't quite on her deathbed anymore. She slept most of a day, and no army could have chased him from her side. Chapter 23. Ally. Vincent had ordered her out to the weapons range, hours before sunup, to practice her chain mace skills, which he flagged as the weakest of her skill sets. She preferred her sword, but until the task was announced, there was no knowing what they'd have them do for the quarter-final. Unlike her sword lessons, in which he urged her to keep her wrists still, swinging the mace away from her body required her arms to undulate like snakes and flow with the wind. He got poetic when he was in the groove. There was no poetry about him as he prepped her for her next fight. It turned out he'd been right to train her in anything and everything. "The rules are simple for this task," the clerk told them, smiling as he added, "There are none. It's a race, and the two first contenders to make it will be our finalists." They were to fight their way to a pitch 10 times the size of the regular ring. The terrain was hazardous, the battles brutal, and the outcome uncertain. Bottom line, anything could happen. Genevieve strode into the enclosure, where Vincent strapped her weapons to her back and headed right to her, saying, "I have a proposal." "Shoot." Xandri shifted her weight from foot to foot, making sure the arsenal she carried was secure. "Saskia is going to hunt you down and slay you the first chance she gets. She's not just out to fight and win on merit. She means to kill you." Vincent stopped what he was doing and circled around to face Genevieve. "You know this how?" Genevieve shrugged. Anyone with eyes to see knows she was humiliated by Xandri in the quarter-finals. She's never conceded defeat before. Saskia isn't the kind to stand idly by and allow that to be. She'll want revenge, and she'll want it served hot and bloody. Xandri shook her head. She fought well. There was no shame in her defeat. Genevieve shrugged. "Your funeral." She turned to leave. Vincent stepped forward, asking for her. "What did you have in mind?" "Your trainer's a wise man," Genevieve smiled. "I'm thinking Xandri and I should form an alliance. That way, I'll have her back when Saskia makes a play." "What about the other finalist, Althara?" said Xandri. Genevieve dropped her voice to a whisper. "The woman doesn't stand a chance against Saskia. If you and I head to the bluffs and draw Saskia to us, Althara will follow. She loves the hunt more than the fight. Saskia prefers flatter terrain, so she'll hang back, but with no one to fight and everyone watching, she'll track us all the way to the cliff head. If she's behind Althara, she'll have the advantage. That takes care of one opponent, leaving you and me to take Saskia out." "That's a ton of strategy. Are you sure you've read them right?" "Lady," Genevieve said haughtily, making Xandri like her less and less, "I've been fighting these clowns my entire life. I can tell you what weapons they favor, what strategies they employ, who will lead, and who will follow. Trust me." Trust her? She forced herself not to laugh. She didn't, not one bit. But she had a strategy of her own. Pretending to buy Genevieve's bullshit meant she could keep a closer eye on her. Genevieve held up her gauntlet in the traditional fashion. Xandri crashed her own wrist against her new friends, sealing their alliance. The second the marshal dropped the ceremonial flag, Xandri and Genevieve hightailed it out to the compound. Xandri was fitter than she'd ever been, thanks in no small part to Vincent's training. But beneath the muscle, she sensed another current, which spurred her on. She felt her magic. It had grown stronger since using it in so much abundance at Norda. When they reached the headland, Genevieve suggested they split up, so they'd be able to survey more land. She hung a left, while Xandri jogged right. They could still see one another, but they'd be able to apprehend either Saskia or Althara if they came by the jagged path or through the brush. They didn't have to wait long. Althara was stealth itself, but Xandri, in a way that brought her an abiding pleasure, felt her presence long before she was downwind of them. Xandri flashed a hand sign at Genevieve, letting her know the plan was unfolding just as she'd anticipated. She lunged at Althara, her falcata in hand, but felt the sting of another weapon about her calves. Saskia had joined the fray. The three of them fought their way out of Xandri's hideout and into a clearing. Xandri barely had time to think, but when Saskia took a swipe at Althara, she spun about to find her ally. Genevieve stood on the bluff, looking down at them. The crooked smile on her face told Xandri that this had been her plan all along. Well, she couldn't say she hadn't expected a betrayal. Didn't matter, though. Xandri bent down and grabbed a handful of dirt. She blasted Althara in the face with the entire handful and left her cursing her name as Saskia tried to lunge for her. She didn't care about either of them, though. Xandri snuffed the air, determined to find Genevieve, who'd run ahead with a head start. She'd be at the finishing line soon. The others had stopped trying to attack and started to run too, each of them just as strong and powerful. Xandri might have dragon magic pushing her steps, but so did they. There was something she had that they didn't, though. She needed to win this. There was no other way. Oh, she knew Ray would marry her regardless, but then what? A kingdom with its king and queen unbonded, divided, butting heads? He'd chosen her. Now was the time for her to claim him back, so she pushed. She pushed. She pushed with all she had, all she was. Suddenly a deep roar came out of her chest, an inhuman sound she'd never heard, and her steps became longer, faster. She'd never felt this, but she recognized the source of it all. They had dragon strength. She didn't. But she did have a bond with a tiger. Never had she thought she'd be able to tap into it. Right now, her steps proved it. She was Claws. She cleared the distance, effortlessly making it to the finish line in moments after this. One certain traitor didn't like that one bit.
Oh, for the sake of everything holy on this land, won't you just fucking give up yet? You should never have been allowed to partake in the claiming, Genevieve practically yelled. You poisoned me. She didn't know how she'd deduced it. Deep down, she just felt it. You would have done us all a favor if you just died from it, you filthy human skank. Well, that was quite enough of that. She turned toward the Royal Tribune and asked, loud and clear, "Can I kill this piece of shit?" Everyone gave her a thumb up. Genevieve probably expected her to start a sword fight she hoped to win, but Xandri had no intention to honor her that way, not when the woman had attempted to murder her with poison, the most cowardly way she could have picked. She didn't deserve it. Xandri smiled as she felt the bond with her closest friend still firmly in place. In the blink of an eye, Claws was on Genevieve, teeth bared, mouth wide, jumping right for her throat and ripping it from her body. Genevieve's body lay, crooked and bloody, in the sawdust. Xandri raised her gaze to the stands and let the elders see the tiger in her eyes. Best they know she'd been controlling Claws, so none of them get any ideas. She turned just in time to see Saskia pass the line before Althara. That's what you do with your contenders. You won, the dragoness joked, pointing to the other woman. Xandri smiled back awkwardly. I need to apologize. I thought you'd poisoned me. Saskia looked like the very idea offended her. No way. If I wanted you dead, I would just challenge you in combat, or, fry you up. Only if you really pissed me off, though. That seemed fair enough. More or less. By the way, Saskia cried loud, also turning to the elders and the king, I renounced my claim. Althara echoed the same pledge, which didn't make sense to Xandri until everyone in the stands fell silent, and then dropped to their knees. Shit. Epilogue. Saskia believed in strength. She knew, in the first round of the claiming, that Xandri had only won against her thanks to a fair bit of luck. She'd gone easy on her. She hadn't respected her because she hadn't done anything to deserve it. Nothing personal, the woman explained indifferently with a shrug. Everyone says I'm a bitch. They aren't wrong. She also didn't mind being seen that way. Bitches got things done. After hearing that she'd fought for them and risked her life to get their shield back up, things had changed. But she knew how tales could be spun, and she hadn't seen it for herself. I see you now. You're strong enough for this. For us. You'll be a fair queen. I might have the strength, but I lack... Tolerance? Nathos offered. Patience, Ray tried. Diplomacy? Xandri guessed. The inclination, Saskia said with a sigh. I mean, no offense, but it sounds like a fucking boring job. If someone else can do it better, so be it. Althara's answer had been simpler. I don't want her tiger to eat my face. Regardless of the reason, she'd won the claiming by default. You know, being queen of a kingdom I've been part of for about 5 minutes might not be all that easy. Ray said I could have advisors. Demelza will be one of mine, but I could use you too. Saskia was so frank she was exactly her kind of person. For example, her reply was, Dragon scales, I said I didn't want a boring job. No, I won't do it. No way, I'll be like Nathos in 50 years, tops. But she caved because right now, everything in her life was perfect. Xandri could scarcely believe her luck. By tomorrow she was to be wed to a man she loved, a man she already belonged to, and on the same day she'd be queen of people who, mostly, loved her. Not bad for a magicless runt. Through the throng of well-wishers, Xandri watched Demelza race back to the castle, a medic at her side. Demelza knew what this moment meant to her, how deeply she'd fallen for Ray, so she'd have been right at her side, squeezing her and smothering her with kisses, if everything had been right with the world. That she'd left without a backward glance meant she was needed immediately. Xandri felt the triumph drain out of her, only to be replaced by a leaden knot. When the medics came for Demelza, it usually meant yet another expectant mother in the birthing room was in trouble. Nathos was nattering in her ear, trying to cram a lifetime of protocol into a single hour. Xandri was to be crowned that very afternoon, and needed to know which hand held the scepter and which the orb, what to say when she was under the canopy, how the oil on her forehead signified a covenant with the spirit of all dragons and bound her to her queenly duties for life. She held up her hand. Sorry, Nathos, I don't mean to interrupt, but I've somewhere I need to be. By the time Xandri reached the birthing room, Demelza was already spattered in blood. Xandri recognized the mother on the table. Galdia had waited on her on the first day of the claiming, coiling her hair into an impossibly elegant chignon, which she secured with a clasp of golden grasshoppers, in the Grecian style. She had chatted away about the dragonling in her belly, telling Xandri all about the names she and her man had picked out for their dragonling. The women of this kingdom were nothing short of heroic. Not once had she seen a pregnant woman give herself over to her fears, though they must have all been terrified. As it will be, so shall it be, wasn't just an ancient dragon saying. It was their mantra. Xandri tugged at the ties that held her breastplate in place. She needed to shed her armor and get in there and help Demelza. She had no Vincent to help her, and she had no time for untying fancy knots, so she grabbed a scalpel and cut her way out of her gear. Demelza looked up from between the stirrups. Galdia's screams were enough to curdle the blood, yet a thick, red river of the damn stuff continued to pour out of her. Xandri felt the same buzz she'd felt when her power had alerted her to the feral dragon who attacked Ray, and when she'd connected herself to Claws and called on his power to dispatch Genevieve. She could reach the dragonling, if only she allowed her magic to create a circuit that flowed in and out of the thrashing mother. She laid her hands on Galdia's belly, willing her pulse to drop and her magics to rise. She needed to be present, but not get in the way of the magics that flowed from whence all magics came. The source. The fire rose in her, calm and soothing, a column of sheer peace. It emptied itself out of her left hand, where her rune glowed bright, into Galdia, and then on to meet her thrashing dragonling. As soon as Xandri made the connection with the tiny creature, she felt how passionately it wanted to be in the world. It was coming at them, ready to fight, and had no way of understanding that the fight might kill his mother. Xandri let the cerulean braid of energy coil about the child and soothe his battling spirit. The little one calmed. She could have sworn he sang, but she couldn't stop to ask. She needed to keep him calm enough to come into the world without sending his mother from it. Deep breaths. Demelza mimed the breathing pattern she wanted Galdia to imitate. Demelza looked up and smiled at Xandri. Now push. Hard as you can. You're about to meet your dragonling, Galdia. Xandri bent to Galdia's ear and whispered, Galdan is on his way. Really? Galdia sobbed. A boy. Xandri nodded. Galdia heaved until she was beet red, and her dragonling came into the world, a feisty wee thing with a set of lungs to rival an opera singer. Demelza scooped him up and handed him to his mother, and everyone, her included, cried again and again. They'd only made it out of the room when her friend cornered her outside, accusingly saying, I could see it going wrong. You did something. Xandri nodded. Dragons are animals, and animals are my thing, I suppose. I felt like it needed to stop moving so much, and I was able to make him do so. Demelza was practically shaking. You're going to be here every time to do exactly what you just did. I want your hands on birthing bellies. Swear you'll help me. Just you try and stop me. They were her people to care for now, too. King Ray Vasily couldn't stop grinning. The woman who was to be his queen had come to his kingdom with nothing to recommend her but her wits, and in only 3 months she had saved all their lives, trounced the competition, won the claiming, and now saved a dragonling and his mother. He'd hoped his partner might be any one of these things, brave, fierce, talented, to say nothing of beautiful, but he got the full package. He eyed the crown he was to place on her head. The gems encrusted around the rims sparkled almost as bright as his bride-to-be's eyes. Almost. The nobles were assembled in their ancestral seats, but the cathedral was packed to the rafters with people of every class. His household, the servants, the guard, even Ramog, his curmudgeonly head chef, all loved the woman he adored and wanted to be there as she became their queen. Xandri stood tall and proud, ready to walk down the aisle to her throne and claim her title. The music filled the ancient halls, and Ray readied himself for what promised to be one of the happiest moments of his life. Geralt thundered into the hall, ahead of a contingent of warriors, every man of them oozing terror and bravado and their willingness to fight to the death. "We're under attack!" he yelled. "We need the king out of here now!" Ray turned to see where Xandri stood, desperate that she not be in the line of fire. The huge wooden doors to the hall were thrown open. In the archway, a mage hovered, the energy about her glowing and crackling and bursting with life. Her hair flew about her shoulders and her eyes bore into him, rooting him to the spot. Though he was unable to turn his head, Ray swiveled his eyes to his left and then his right. Geralt was frozen as his bare self, teeth drawn and fangs extended. His entire guard were immobilized, just as he was. The mage flowed toward him, her feet barely touching the ground. Ray fought the bonds that held him in thrall, desperate that the mage not reach Xandri or harm her in any way. He'd only just found her. He couldn't lose her. He sharpened his will and plumbed his dragon power and managed, finally, to put one foot in front of the other. Xandri stepped around him, apparently untouched by the mage's spell. Talia? To the shock of the whole kingdom, their future queen's arms flew around the shoulders of the single strongest magical entity they'd ever encountered, stronger than the enemy which had almost killed them all at their borders. More astonishing yet, the mage's arms circled her frame and squeezed as hard as she could. "You're here," the stranger whispered against her neck. "You're really all right." Relief and delight were both evident. As quickly as it had taken them all, the spell keeping them in place released their limbs, and Ray sheathed his weapon, ordering his men to do the same. Beaming, his bride was pulling the mage, who, now, didn't look all that terrifying. She was a young woman who walked a little awkwardly, tripping over her own foot. Her gaze never met anyone's, other than Xandri's. "Talia," she said, pointing to him, "meet my future husband. You made it just in time." Then she added, "Ray, this is my little sister." Right. So, when she'd meant that her family was powerful, what she'd actually wanted to say was that someday they would rule the entire world. 2 weeks ago. It didn't make sense. Not even a little bit, actually. Every time they repeated their inane story, Talia's head hurt. She'd come with news. Great news, but she'd wanted to tell it to her sister first, and she wasn't there. Her parents told her about demons, dragons, and other such crazy things that didn't belong in Malik. After a while, she lifted her hand and the words stopped. Oops. She forgot now how much power she had at her fingertips. "Sorry. Please be quiet. Illyria, would you tell me what happened?" she asked her older sister. The blonde beauty smiled sadly. "You won't like it. Dawson, the oaf, tried to rape Alexandria, then accused her of being possessed by a demon because she pushed him back with fire. Father and mother took his side. She was imprisoned and sentenced, too. They tried to torture her. They couldn't. Finally, she was rescued by a dragon. We all saw it fly away. No clue how that happened." That was plainly said and made a little more sense. Not a lot, though. "Dragon?" Illyria shrugged. "No clue how that came about, but at least she didn't get drowned. I don't think she's dead. I've done location spells, and they had worked for a time. Now, though, they're vague, as though some shield is protecting her." Talia nodded. "Come on, there was no proof that—" She lifted her hand again, this time intending to shut her mother up. "Truth," she ordered. Her parents were Class 4 mages, some of the most powerful in the land. Few spells worked on them. Fewer mages could hope to best them. She wasn't a mage, though. Not anymore. The girl was a disgrace. Daria clapped her hand over her mouth in an effort to stop her own words for damning her further, but there was no resisting the magics of Talia. Not anymore. They'd had what they'd wanted. They'd sent their child to the capital of the Northern Var in hopes that she'd be noticed by the Order. She had been. "We wanted rid of her honorably. If she had married Dawson as planned, she might have salvaged a little pride and undone the damage she'd done to our name, but she was always a wayward child and refused to obey. I curse the day she sprang from my loins, and I'm glad she was snatched away by some dragon. May it not choke on her bones." Lars Astria stood behind his wife, thunderstruck. Talia could read him. He wasn't alarmed by what he heard from his wife. He was worried what was about to come out of his mouth. Talia turned her attention on him, binding him with the same truth magic she had lain upon her mother. "I didn't believe she was mine," said Lars. Daria clouted her husband over the head. Talia smiled. They were their own worst enemies. She didn't need to do more to punish them for what they'd done to Xandri. They would keep telling the truth for days, and by the time her truth spell wore off, their reputations would be in tatters and their business a shambles. They deserved no less. No self-respecting parent sentenced their daughter to be tortured and murdered. They only got what they'd brought upon themselves. She left her parents, screaming obscenities at each other, and headed towards the guard post, stopping at the door, only to turn to Illyria. "You're coming?" The woman didn't hesitate. Darson was lounging at a small table in the corner of the common room, where the guards loitered when they were on break and playing at cards and dice. His tunic was unbuttoned and his suspenders off his shoulders and around his sagging waist. "Down," said Talia. Darson's pants fell around his ankles. His colleagues wept with laughter. "Again," said Talia. Darson's underpants were on the floor in a trice. Talia smiled. The man was well endowed. Not for long. Walnuts to hazelnuts, then hazelnuts to pine nuts. She didn't wait to see her handiwork, but his shouts could be heard from one end of Malak to the other. With a nutsack that small, he wouldn't be dropping his drawers any time soon. Talia washed her hands of the small, backwards, oppressive town of her youth and set off. Truth be told, she may have stayed in the Northern Var, might even have carried on working for her parents if things had unfolded in a different way, but instead, Natalia Astria, the only living enchantress in Urtia, set off without knowing where her steps would take her, and embraced her destiny. This concludes To Claim a King by May Sage, narrated by Catherine Littrell. Copyright 2017 by May Sage. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with May Sage and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.